immediately get sick. By like halfway through yesterday's stream, I was like, I'm getting a bit of a sore throat. And by like 4 p.m. yesterday, I was like, I'm sick. And then I was like, by 9 p.m. yesterday, I was like, I'm really sick. This is bad. And now I'm like, I'm kind of okay again. So fingers crossed. Wish me luck, friends. Hey, Twitch chat. It's time to say hi, YouTube. Because we are getting started properly. Just gonna see when the next ad's gonna run in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'm just gonna run it right now. And then we'll get started once it's done. And YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 44 of you watching and 14 likes. I'm sure we can make that number go up. What's up, Cramp? What's up? My ceiling, hopefully. You know, just because YouTube chat is talking about the King James Bible, I just have to say, I love Earth lore. Earth lore is fun. Earth has some pretty good lore. We've written some pretty good stuff. What's down? The underground parking. And the floor. Floor first, then underground parking. Trying my best here, Mark. Trying my best to get better. I feel like the Welsh would have some fantastic fables. What are we, aliens? God, I fucking hope not. I mean, by definition, we can't be aliens because we're... That would require us to have come from another planetary body. And we've been here for so long that we are very much terrestrial, not extraterrestrial. Yeah, unlike Finland, who took all of the vowels, right? Finland took all the vowels, and the Welsh are like, what are vowels? Like, we don't need those. Finland took them all. It was after a weird night at the pub. All right, speaking of weird nights at the pub, let's play some Dwarf Fort. So we started a new fort yesterday. It's been a very slow start. It is the year 1012. This is the same world as the Ghost Fort. And this fort is Cloudthunder. And there's a gimmick with Cloudthunder. I'm trying to push back the goblin threat. I'm not quite committing to annihilating them because there's a lot of demons still alive. I don't know if I can actually do that. But I want to push back the goblin threat. And my limitation is the only weapons I can use are artifacts. This doesn't mean named items. This means artifacts. So the first social building I made is a weaponsmith's guild, which is right here, which we're going to be trying to pretty up in a second. This is my weaponsmith's guild. It's very small, as you can very easily see. Currently, we only have 10 dwarves because we started in the late fall or mid-fall. So we had to do a whole year and then an additional chunk to actually clear the time to start getting migrants. So we finally got our first migrant wave, and we should be getting a second one either probably early summer, I would guess, maybe spring, but likely in summer. And then we'll finally be on the normal migrant wave train after that. For this world, as I said, this world is very old. There's a couple goblins, and they don't like us very much, as you can see by this. There is a lot of them, and my goal is to push them back. Also, there's elves, and they also don't like us very much. So I'm sure this will be fine, right? Right? Right. So what I am allowed to do, though, is I am allowed to use shields. So I'm going to have two squads, basically. We're going to have squads that use shields and squads that use, like, weapons, like, that are artifacts. I haven't decided yet whether or not I'm allowed to use crossbows. How'd I piss off the elves this time? Ghost Fort did. Ghost Fort did, because Ghost Fort was pissing off everybody. So, yeah, you can blame the Ghost Fort for that one. As for this fortress, I'm actually... I'm fine, I swear. As for this fort, this is a tropical savanna, so it's very hot. It's actually hot enough that we've had water evaporating. These murky pools keep evaporating, which is kind of wild. And I really like this kind of plateau area. I kind of want to, like, wall this off completely and make a kind of lopsided diamond fort on top of this thing. Problem is it's untamed wilds, so we have to be kind of cautious. And I've been very cautious, and I will be very cautious until we actually have a proper, like, fort set up here. We have a giant sponge down here. We've also had giant hippos and regular hippos wander in and out of the map. We've had various types of giant birds. We've had vultures and giant thrips, as well as giant fireflies. In the caverns, we've found this cavern layer, which is insanely tall. Like, look at this thing. Just witness that. It's absurd. So we have this absurdly humongous cavern layer, which is awesome. And, that's as deep as we've made it. Steal artifacts from other forts. Okay, so I have a question. Have you been successfully able to do that? Also, there is very few dwarves in this world. Goblins don't really make artifact weapons. They do name them, but they don't really make them. And knowing what I know about how easy it is going to be to actually fight these goblins back, I think it'll actually just be easier for me to make my own without stealing them from other forts. But that is a noted statement. These are my bedrooms because we have like no dwarves right now. This is going to kind of be leisure and living area. So like I'll probably put a tavern up here eventually. This is where my first temple is going to go. This is where bedrooms are going to go. Dining halls, that sort of thing. Down here is going to be more primarily like your hospitals, your manufacturing. And we had fun with minecarts last time, so I'm just trying to overuse minecarts again. So as you can see, we've got some magnetite down here. It's kind of interesting. The most popular god in this faction is actually a human god, which I think is kind of cool. Even though humans, as far as I can tell, are extinct. Another interesting factoid about this world is there are no necromancers that I've seen, like, at all. Learned to value health and got a gym membership. That's what you do after learning to value health, right? Also, you should listen to the new Health album, because Health put out an extended version of Rat Wars, and it is very good. But speaking of good music, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard just put out a new single. Statue sounds, Zudica, Havoc, 404 Not Found, Claiborne, Keen Cook, Kadranos, A Devilish Potato, Butch Cats, and Napalm are all the named dwarves in the fort. That's everybody. I will enable dwarf naming once we get dwarves that are capable of being named. I've had very little success reclaiming artifacts from locations. And I think for me, it's like, if I don't have any weapons, I shouldn't be trying to reclaim artifacts. So I think probably what this fort's going to be is it's going to be like 3-4 years of me building defenses and getting some squads up and running. Once we get to that point, then we'll start worrying about, you know, pushing it further, if that makes any sense. And also, I'm going to go up to here, and I'm just going to real quick make a cook stop. Which sounds weird, but... We're also going to be doing a lot of infinite stockpiling. We're going to be doing all kinds of fun stuff. Or is it just coal? Yeah, it's just coal. And then also bituminous coal, because I will run out of that pretty quick. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then let's go here, and go here, and go here, and there, and there. And then I will go here, and then this is magnetite. I probably just butchered that, but then this is going to be coal. Coke/coal. I do have a limited amount of coke and coal. I don't think I will have infinite coke and coals because the stuff I have right now is the stuff I brought with me. We will hopefully, eventually, end up with a larger amount without, you know, having to go hunting too much for it. I've also tried to just import some, so we'll get some that way. But we're probably going to have to go for lava eventually. Because we are in a savanna, there isn't a lot of tree coverage. Hello, Droxspar. Hello. Hi. Vlokrock as well is here. Also, if I haven't said hi to you yet, say hi, and I'll say hi to Chad. Now, are you allowed to make trap halls, such as alternative for getting rid of goblins and elves? I was just going to use minecarts, because, like, we got a big-ass river. But, I mean, I don't see why not, because I'm only allowed to wield artifact weapons. We're going to end up with weapons, right? I was thinking, like, combination of corpse grinders? What? Cart grinders and, like, maybe minecart shotguns firing weapons that aren't artifacts. You know? Because we're going to end up with those, right? We will have weapons. Retiring fortresses still releases things from cages. What I would do if you're going to retire a fortress is just put your cages in a room and lock the door. Because it doesn't unlock doors. So put all your cage creatures into a room and lock the door. Like, I kid you not, that's actually a really good way to do it. And then just, like, build a little tunnel and put a bunch of traps in front of it and just trap them all. Assuming they're not the types of animals to kill each other. And then just put them in separate little rooms and lock the doors. It's not too difficult to deal with, but that's how I've been dealing with it, and it works pretty okay, generally. And then this can also go away here. So this can just start getting redistributed. Something I'm also trying to do is, like, I don't know if you guys have problems with this, but I have this problem where I tend to... Oh, probably because they were constructing it. I have this problem where I tend to say, this is a temporary workshop. I'm going to delete or move this later. I'm actually trying to delete and move them now. Can minecart store stuff? Sort of, not really. They're more for moving stuff. So I'm not actually storing stuff here. I'm just moving stuff from here to here. I'm just moving stuff, not storing stuff. So essentially what I'm doing is the stuff here is going to go into this minecart and then immediately move over here. So stuff is going to get carried to here and then put into this minecart. And then once it's put into the minecart, it's going to go up to here. And that's it. So it goes there. So now it sits here. And then as more items get put into here, they'll just eventually start to stack up. And I can speed this process up by increasing the size of this stockpile. But then I need to... Okay, no, I don't actually need to do that. Because then more dwarves will come over and they'll bring this stuff in and then they'll start stacking it up. And then we'll end up with just a little pile, like this. Which is sort of what I'm doing here. Except the minecart from here starts down here, fills up with iron, and then the iron goes up here, all the way up here because the dwarf pushes it, and then it dumps onto that and stacks there. This is just an easy way of keeping things nice and clean. How's the dwarves dwarfing? Dwarfs are dwarfing welleth, my friend. Hey, Chad. How are your dwarfs dwarfing? Dolken, hello. Also, hi, Gazoom. How's things? You're just in time, once again. But yeah, right now it's a very small fortress, so there isn't really a lot happening in the fort currently. Are you dizzy? Oh no. We've got cave adaptation already. Grouchy at being in the sunshine again. Well, that's not good. Yeah, no, this is just a very low-key fort right now, because we just don't have a lot of population. We'll get more population this year, though. So we're already on year 2 of this fort. Yeah, bins can store what's like 156, right? Or something. Although, here's the actual fucked up thing. You can put minecarts into minecarts, and you can put minecarts into minecarts. And then you can store minecarts in the minecarts that are stored in the minecarts. You didn't hear that from me. But minecarts can sort of become a bag of holding with some very fiddly finessing. They died because of fire reasons. Fire reasons, huh? Well, you can put like 100... If they're made of wood, because it's based on weight. If they're made of wood, I think you can put about 150 minecarts into a minecart. And then that minecart gets heavier, so you can't put as many of that minecart into the next minecart. But you can store, it's like 700 minecarts inside of a single minecart before the minecart says you can't put more minecarts in the minecart. But, like, you don't really want to do that because there's, like, no real logical reason to, and it's, like, not straightforward to remove the items. It's dumb. Not something you should really be doing, but you can if you want, I suppose. But yeah, we're just making pig iron bars over here, which takes a while because my nearest pig iron supply is actually pretty far away. It's all the way down here. So if I want to make pig iron at a faster clip, then I need to go from here and keep going down, which we could do pretty easily. And then, ooh. Well, this is going to be the right type of material, so instead we'll just do here. This will make this process way faster. And then all I need to do is this. That. Oh, no. I'm screwing this up real bad, aren't I? Yeah, it's this way I need to do it. Perfect. And you'll just keep digging down. Good old Havoc. Because you haven't made a mist generator? What's actually pissing them off? Dwarves don't need mist generators. Mist generators are like a band-aid for bigger problems usually. So what's the actual problem with the fort then, if the dwarves are unhappy? Because that's always the question, right? It's like, what did you do to upset the dwarves enough that you need a mist generator? Like, I feel like I'm largely to blame for, like, the dependency on mist generators. Because, you know, I have a tutorial that did quite well. And I'm always, like, kind of fascinated with, like, okay, well, what makes you think that you need mist generators? And what did you do to cause the dwarves to need a mist generator? It's kind of cramped and no farming yet? Well, I mean, all dwarves need to be happy is they need a task to complete. They need jobs. They need some sort of work. They need to pray. They need to be around other dwarves. And they need to have a food source and a booze source. If you have those things, they're more or less satisfied. And ideally a bedroom. They want to have a bed to sleep on, so like, you know, at the end of the day, what do you call it? I should probably drop this off somewhere else. A streamer is blanking. Let's not actually remove this. A dormitory will suffice, but a bedroom will make them happier. That's what I was trying to say. It's your second fort? Oh, there you go. Lack of cloth. Yeah, clothing is hard. I mean, starting off with an early farmer's shop and some pigtails, and then, like, telling the dwarves to just begin, like, working on the, like, pigtail farming so that you can start processing plants and making plant cloth is a good thing to start off with early. But you were sieged 3 times? Is this normal? There is no normal with Dwarf Fortress. It highly depends on the world that you generated, and that can vary wildly from world to world. So, is this normal is generally kind of a impossible to actually properly answer question, because I don't know. It depends on the world you generated and where you settled. Did you settle close to a bunch of goblins? Are there goblins everywhere? Did you settle close to a bunch of humans that you're at war with? What are the factions that you're close to like? Are they very warmongery? Dwarf Fortress has so many variables that sounds normal for your world, but might not be normal for the next 4 you make. The Cursed Fort and Serial Killer? Serial Killer from Von Galactic, right? Because I don't think I did a serial killer video. Unless I forgot, which would be kind of creepy. Have you ever had a fort with 0 visitors? I try to never have any visitors in my fort, so that's a normal fort for me. Visitors come when there is renown for your fortress and when there is people in the vicinity that can visit your fort. Not every fort is going to have... not every world is going to have enough adventurers, because adventurers are the people that show up at your tavern when your tavern is public. Not every world is going to have enough adventurers to populate guest lists all the time, right? So essentially, there will be periods of time where you'll have lots of visitors in some worlds, and there are some worlds where you'll just never have visitors because there just isn't any to visit. And it highly depends on the renown and how badly things are getting murdered locally. If everybody's dead, then who's going to come visit? And once again, that varies from world to world, and there is no normal amount for that. Because, like, the coolness and the interestingness of Dwarf Fortress is that things aren't guaranteed, right? You can't plan for everything because it's going to vary wildly depending on the world that you happen to be playing in at the time. That is what makes Dwarf Fortress so compelling, at least for me, and plenty of other people, I presume. So let's just do chalk, calcite, marble. Sure. Although this is mostly just going to be dolomite. So down here I need to make a stockpile that is dolomite. So let's go here and just go chalk, dolomite, marble. And then I'm going to go here and I'm just going to call this... Not that one. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to call this flux. You're going to load from here. You're going to have that bloodthorn minecart, and we're going to go all the way up. Oh, also, I just realized I screwed this up. I need to expand this to here. There we go. And then your second stop is going to be right here. First stop, you're going to go this way. The second stop, we're going to get rid of all these. And it's just going to go up when it's empty of items, which is the default. And I'm just going to set you to load dolomite, chalk, and marble. And we'll add more to that if I find more. They're both very good games. They're just very different games. Killer gem. Possibly. You made a flashing metal crown, but you can't assign it to be placed on a pedestal or give it to a noble. Try and put it into a stockpile. So, like, make a stockpile specifically for it. Like, just for flashing metal and just for crowns and of all quality levels. and then try. Sometimes there's some oddities with god metals where like they don't register it as like a thing that they can use for a while. So it might be something like that. So I would try that. That would be my advice. Never got moved from the forge. Eventually got claimed by a random. Well, then it had already been claimed by a random, probably. Yeah, I can't help you with that issue then. I'm sorry. You can try and, if you forbid it in their inventory and unforbid it, they may eventually drop it. But, although you said you're trying to put it on a pedestal. Try and put it on the pedestal now that a random dwarf has claimed it. I wonder if it'll work now, because it might. I would try that. Like, just see if you can make a pedestal now. Also, we've got all of this dolomite here now. Look at that. It's glorious. All of this dolomite. So now this process is going to go way quicker. And are we also making steel, or is it just specifically that one workshop? Okay, so you're just making 20 pig iron. Let's do steel bars. 10. So you'll make some steel next. I can click, I swear. Bars. Yeah, okay, so we've got 7 pig iron. You got, what, 3, 4 more to do? What the heck are you eating? Giant peach-faced lovebird gizzard. Yuck. Great. What happened to the last fort? Everybody died. That's going to be my next video, probably, so I'm not going to elaborate too much. VODs are going up on the VOD channel now. They're also all on this Twitch channel. If you want to go watch the VODs, you can go watch the VODs. Simply put, the plan was for everybody to die. So, you know, is to be expected. It was inevitable. But, yeah, no, everybody died. I mean, we achieved the goal. Not quite as directly as I wanted to. I wanted ghosts to kill us all, but they didn't. So we had to seek out other outside factors. But, I mean, it's right here. It's very dead. Very terrifying and inevitable. Yeah, I do actually wonder if you could put that flashing metal crown onto the pedestal now that another dwarf has claimed it. That would be the thing I would try. I'm considering, like, building over top of this river here. I've got so much coke. Holy shit. Now you're just making steel bars. There we go. Look at that. You'll love to see it. So now I can go all the way down here. And just dig up a bunch more of this dolomite down here. If I seem a little bit low energy today, it's because I do have a cold. So, it's still not on the list. That's weird. That is bizarre. I'm not gonna lie, this stuff doesn't get talked about too much, but there are some odd bugs with version 50. As an example, Forgotten Beast, silk, cloth, can't be sold. Like named Forgotten Beast silk cloth, can't be sold. You cannot trade it. And it's weird. I don't know why. So I wonder if that just kind of fits into those oddities. I do have a lot of coke. It's not what it looks like. I swear, it's definitely not what it looks like. I mean, if I go to bars, we've got iron, steel, and pig iron. But if I go to here and type in coke, I got 76 coke, man. And then for coal, we got 19 more coal. I haven't even made all of it. It's like, those are 4 per coal piece. So, you know, just making coal here into coke. Minecarts do look awesome. Like, they look so good in this version specifically. Like, I think it's one of the things that they really nailed with this art, or with the art for Premium, is just the minecarts. They do genuinely look awesome. I'd start making meals because they all want meals, but I don't want to, for lack of a better term, have more jobs for these dwarves than they already have. They're already pretty overworked. At this point, it's just a matter of getting through until summer so that we can get more migrants. I think it comes from cave 110 or so, the elevation below. You've got blood and ichor of forgotten beast pool up next to your well. Okay, so dwarves use wells to wash themselves, right? They clean themselves at wells. So if you have a well, your dwarves will go to the well and they'll give themselves baths. And they will wash this stuff off of them. So if you are a dwarf, right, and you get covered in ichor and blood from a fight, you then go to the well and you wash it off yourself and it falls onto the ground. So that is the result of dwarves cleaning themselves at your well. That's an intended mechanic. Yeah, when you have like less than 20 dwarves, it's very easy. I mean, right now we're just doing a lot of hauling jobs. Because, like, you know, I'm just trying to get like supplies upstairs with these minecarts. Although it's better to do it this way than to just tell them to haul it, because they spend less time actually hauling. So they're not going to get thirsty as quick or anything. And also, like, you know, we're almost done with this now. Which is good. Because, like, if I actually look at these dwarves, they're all pretty busy. You know, I got one storing items in vehicles, one socializing, then the rest are all, like, sleeping and storing items in vehicles, basically. Yeah, happy to help. I gotta say, the first time I saw, like, stuff falling off of dwarves around my well, I was mildly disturbed because it was all dwarven pus. So at least it's just blood and ichor. At least your dwarves aren't, like, dying from infections. And then usually another dwarf will get the clean job and they'll go clean it up. Any idea when Dwarf Fortress gets its full release? You mean adventure mode or Dwarf Fortress in and of itself? Dwarf Fortress in and of itself, I don't know, 25 years? Maybe? Maybe longer? Tarn's got many years left. He's only 40. So, like, when Tarn's, like, 65? You don't reckon it'll ever be truly finished? Yeah, but that's the meme, right? 25 years? That was the statement 5 years ago, and that's the statement 5 years from now. 25 years. I think the actual plan is to, like, give it to a, like... Is custodian the right word? Basically just like a, somebody who can continue the project. And I think at this point it's Putnam. Or they'll just open source it. I think that's the other thing is Tarn said that it's like in his will that they would open source it if nobody can take the project over or something. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress will be in development for forever. That was a question in YouTube chat, which is any idea when DF gets its full release? It's like, I don't know how to answer that. Which comes first, DF 1.0 or efficient power? Which comes first, DF 1.0 or humanity's extinction? Because, like... Also, can I just say that I love the fact that Dwarf Fortress is a game that we affectionately refer to as never being finished, truly, right? Whereas, like, Star Citizen just makes people mad that it will never be truly finished, whereas Dwarf Fortress is like, yes, it'll be in development forever. But then people talk about Star Citizen and they're like, this game's never gonna be done, fucking scam! It's kind of funny to me that, like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't get that same kind of feeling around it, even though, as far as I'm concerned, it's actually, they have a very similar development ethoses. Just trying to get this minecart empty. Need one more boulder. No, none from there. They'll push it eventually, but... Yeah, that's true. But Dwarf Fortress also doesn't have, like, you know, several studios working on the video game. It's a much lower budget thing. It's literally just a matter of scale. It's like if you try to make a crazy, ambitious Forever project at a small scale, people will love you for it, theoretically, if it takes off. Whereas if you try to make a crazy, ambitious, large-scale project, people will call you a villain. I genuinely think it's kind of funny. Like, I hate Star Citizen's business model, don't get me wrong. I think their business model is a dead end to nowhere, but it genuinely amuses me. One is a work of art, the other's a product? Yeah, I don't know. Speaking of studios and video games being expensive, did you guys hear that Firewalk is shutting down? Sony's studio Firewalk is apparently being shut down. It's the studio that made Concord. While I'm not entirely surprised, fuck, that shit sucks, man. Like, I had no interest in that game, and it didn't look like... It seemed like it was a pretty ill-fated thing anyway. But, man, I feel bad for people who worked on that game and worked at that studio. That just sucks. Everything about that sucks. Everything about that sucks. Do you feel like they're scapegoats for Sony's failings? You know, I didn't play Concord. I had no interest in it. It wasn't a game I would have played ever. But, like, I kind of feel like it's upper management's fault that that thing came out and failed the way it did. Like, it shows a sign of the failings of their management, because a sane management team would have realized this is not going to succeed like this, guys. We have to rethink this. My right eye doesn't work at all. It started off as self-deprecating humor, and it just kind of stuck, is the name. Empty Bliss. I am severely visually impaired in real life. But yeah, I think Stiphen actually, like, said it pretty well. It's just like, it really does seem like they are Sony's scapegoats right now. And that just sucks, man. It really does. All right, there we go. Got a little corner area here. And then as I get to different kinds of rocks, I got spaces for 2 other kinds of boulders when I find them. Although I should probably make another stockpile for bars, like metal bars. Ryzen Gimli, thank you very much for the tier 2 subscription. I have to give you a soundboard command thingy. So in a moment, you should be able to type in !" annoy me. There you go. You now have it. And you can do things like this.
Over here, he has a sword.
Maybe not from every direction. There was some really nice art in that game. Althane. Some really good graphic design. Like, what the thing that they made was well made for what it was. It was just something that was, like, destined to fail because of what it was. Because it was a thing nobody wants, right? Which just kind of sucks to see. Like, I don't think there will ever be a point where it doesn't matter if you're making something that nobody wants or something that everybody wants. If you're a studio that's working on something and then it turns out that that thing is not going to succeed and your reward is you get your studio shut down, that just sucks. Will never not suck. You mean people just like harassing them for the game existing? that what you're talking about? All that stuff's nonsense anyway. Do I want to be specific? Nah, let's just let everything in. Bars, metal. And you, we're gonna get rid of all this. Yeah, okay, so you are going to load from here. Over the next couple of years, only if you look for it. You know, the reality of that sort of thing that you're talking about, like people, I'm presuming you're talking about people getting mad at video games for being woke. There isn't a lot of that. It's a fringe community that exists on the edge of video games. And it turns out, if you just don't acknowledge it, there's actually very little of it. It's something you kind of need to seek out to find. People getting mad at video games for having representation and such. You know, like, there was a pretty good quote from Ubisoft relatively recently where they're just like, we're trying to make games that appeal to as big an audience as possible. And I'm sorry, 35-year-old neckbeards are not that big of an audience. And many 35-year-old neckbeards actually are open to, you know, different stories being told by different people with different perspectives. So it's not even a matter of like, there's going to be more of that. No, that will always exist. Ignore it. It's the best thing you can do. Like, truly, like that, genuinely the best thing that you can do with that kind of nonsense is just ignore it. Because it will always be there. It's always been there. And will always continue to be there. As somebody's culture that they used to have, that they were used to for a very long time, is phased out because culture changes. That's what culture does. As culture changes, they will get louder and louder and louder and angrier and angrier and angrier and smaller and smaller and smaller and nicher and nicher and nicher. And all you can do is pity them. Oh, studio shutting down because of poor choices being made for the next big thing? Yeah, I don't know. Firewalk is a weird studio, but yes, there will be more games shut down. How cool were the actual Concorde planes? Planes are pretty cool, yeah. You know, Concorde failed for the exact same reason, sickness. Concorde failed for the exact same reason Lawbreakers failed. Does anybody remember Lawbreakers? If the answer is no, then exactly. And that's about it. Although, how long was Lawbreakers out for? It was longer than 2 weeks. It was like originally a for sale game, which lasted for, it was what, like 6 months, and then it was made free to play, and then it lasted another 6 months, and then it disappeared. If Lawbreakers released today, it would have been the exact same thing. All right, so now the dwarves just have a shit ton of hauling jobs to do, so we'll just let them do that for a bit. It was a result of Cliffy B's arrogance. You know what's funny? You can still download Lawbreakers from Steam, yeah? People have actually like reversed engineered the server structure and you can play Lawbreakers again if you own Lawbreakers. And there are ways to acquire Lawbreakers. And it's kind of funny because Cliffy B's been out and like on social media posting about how, hey, people are playing Lawbreakers again. See? People didn't hate Lawbreakers that much. The fuck is Lawbreakers? Chat, what the fuck is Lawbreakers? I think that's actually a valid question, right? The Fortnite clone he made after Lawbreakers? Fun fact, I have a 100% win rate in that game. Can't even remember the name of it. I do know that I have a 100% win rate in that game. I won 2 matches. I can't even remember what it's called. It was like it was Fortnite with BMX bikes and skateboards. That's all I remember of it. But no, Lawbreakers was a first-person shooter that came out, I don't know, God, 10 years ago now? 2017, something like almost 10 years ago. Lawbreakers came out in 2017. It was Cliff Bleszinski directing. Cliffy B, for those of you who probably shouldn't remember, made Gears of War. Well known for Gears of War. And it was, imagine like a hero shooter, but with no interesting ult abilities and a kind of not crappy cops and robbers theme, but like a bad cops and robbers sort of theme, sort of. But it was like science fiction-y, and the whole gimmick that it had was that every map had a portion of the map was like zero gravity, so you could like run around and then jump into the zero gravity field and like fly for a little bit and then land somewhere. It was like kind of neat, I guess. But like it wasn't even remotely remarkable enough to like have any kind of staying power. Also, everyone had grappling hooks. Yeah, it was like everyone had grappling hooks and there was 0G. Yeah, that's, and honestly, like, it was fine. It was just very unremarkable. Tower 13? No, it wasn't Tower 13. Hold on, let me just... And you know what Cliff Bleszinski's doing now? For anybody who knows who this man is? He's fucking directing, like, Broadway shows? And producing Broadway shows? Which is kind of whack, actually. Radical Heights was the name of that game. Radical Heights. How long was Radical Heights even out for? Because it can't have been that long. Still has a Steam page. Jesus Christ. April 10th was when it released. When did it shut down? April 10th, 2018, it went into early access. May 14th, 2018, it was shut down. Damn, that's like pretty close to Concord, actually. Although not anywhere near as big of a release. With nowhere near as much of a budget or anything. Chopped off troll body parts don't burn in lava? Yeah, Cliffy B's like directing Broadway shows. It's like him and his wife are like, he also like published a comic book? I don't know. Like Cliffy B is just in his like, he has enough money that he can just kind of do whatever era, I guess. So he just kind of has like Gears of War money and just, instead of like wasting it on trying to make another successful video game franchise, he's just doing like small projects where he can make small amounts of money here and there and just like is having hobbies now. Yeah, I watch Russ YouTube chat. I've been watching Russ for like what feels like decades. But it's not super relevant to me because I'm in Canada, and so I can't sign any petitions. Sad. Bodies do, but body parts your soldiers have chopped off before the magma. Give it a little bit. I wonder if they will burn eventually. Because it might be one of those things where like their burning point is at a really weird level, so it takes a while for them to heat up. You don't use them enough and you've been using your minecart garbage chute? Well, these minecarts go to 2 areas. There's one down here. Then there's one down here. This one fills up with dolomite. This one fills up with iron ore. And then they both deliver to here and here. And then these 2 don't go anywhere. These 2 are just like my lava disposal setup, except I'm using them to store steel and coal fuel. And iron. And I guess pig iron as well. So that should start up in a second. Blunt weapons, you want heavy, and steel is lighter than silver. Minecarts with lava or liquid in them in general have been invisible as long as I've played this game and are still, in fact, still invisible. It's not a very high priority bug to fix. Considering it's like a not intended effect anyway. It's fine. Like, this is a bug that's been in the game since 2009. Like, who cares? Doesn't bother me. I like to think that they're moving so fast you just can't see them. That would be a win? Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you know, it's one of those bugs that, like, you know when you see negative reviews or comments about this game and it's just like, oh, this game is filled with ancient bugs and the devs don't care, blah, 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 lazy devs or whatever the fuck. The thing that you need to remember is, like, a lot of the bugs like that aren't game-breaking in the slightest are not a high priority because fixing them would require reworking other systems. And that's one of those bugs that will get fixed eventually. It's just not a high priority. Okay, so we're into early summer. Hopefully we get a migrant wave. Hopefully we get a migrant wave. I need to start redistributing this around elsewhere. And also we need to start mining further back into here. Also I need to do stuff up here. So let's work on this temple, I think. Is Seed Vault abandoned for good? I'm not playing it because I'd played it long enough that chat was starting to stop tuning in. Believe it or not. This is a problem with just being a content creator, where if you do the same thing long enough, people will stop tuning in. This is why, like, mega projects in Minecraft stopped being a thing a while ago for a lot of people, because you can only stream a thing so much before the audience loses interest, and my stats were starting to tank, and I was getting bored of it. So, is it done for good? Probably. Realistically, like, if you want to ask that question, probably. Will it come back? Maybe. Do I have any plans to bring it back? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I'm more likely to do something else in that world than to go back to that fort in particular. Did I make steel floor? I'm an idiot. Will I share the save file? Do you want me to? It's not, though. You just assign it to a new track stop, and then it appears in a place. It's fine. Like, it's... Trust me. Minecarts being full of lava being invisible is a non-issue. If you know how to play the game enough to know how to fill up minecarts with lava, you're not going to have an issue with it. And if you don't know the game well enough to do that and you find that confusing, then it's a skill issue on your part and you just shouldn't be filling up minecarts with lava. Because what you're doing is you are going into this screen, right? You're clicking new route, and then you're clicking on a pre-existing track stop to dump the lava somewhere, right? If you are doing that. And all you have to do is click on this button and select the minecart that doesn't have anything in it. That doesn't have a sprite. So then a dwarf goes and picks it up and moves it. It's like a non-issue. So if you guys are gonna like continue going on about how horrible a troublesome thing it is, I'm just gonna ignore it because I don't think it's an issue. It's fine. It sucks. It'll get fixed eventually. It's not a huge concern. If it truly bothers you, cool. I don't care. And that's how I feel about it. I would be more diplomatic, but I'm sick. Do I want to put walls in here? I kind of do. Alright, Kazim. The ASCII version is accessible by doing this. It's just a toggle in the premium version. How did I do that? I pressed escape, I hit settings, and then I clicked this button. Use classic ASCII glyphs. Minecart visual bug. Okay. I'm just going to explain how Dwarf Fortress works for a second here. There is absolutely no difference between the two versions. It's just displaying a different sprite set. Of course. Duh. There is no difference between the two. They are literally the same game. So if a visual issue appears in one, it will appear in the other. There's also lots and 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 lots of sprites that are just straight up missing with the graphics on. But, you know, nobody cares about that, so it's fine. You'll never see the dog pus on the walls. It's probably for the best. Unless you're playing purely in ASCII. You need to do something about that, you think? I just disabled them for the last few forts, and you know what? I've been better off and happier for it. You need to load an old save. Yep, that'll happen. I wonder if you can have the game pause upon, like, becoming a necromancer. Like, pause and zoom to. Bet you could do that. Never tried, but... Or I've never looked, but I'll bet you there's a setting for that. Well, I mean, the game's processing it, so what will you do? Absolutely nothing until the dwarves clean them up, just like in the game and the way the game's always been. You'll do absolutely nothing until, like, the dwarves clean it up. Basically, walls can get contaminated with blood and stuff, but you don't see it with these graphics on. Thanks for the tutorial videos. Pretty sure you wouldn't have given Dwarf Fortress another try with your tutorials? Well, happy to help. It's one of those games that I think you just need to stick with a little bit longer, and I'm glad that the tutorials can help people stick with it a little bit longer than they would otherwise, because it is genuinely nowhere near as difficult to play as a lot of the memes make it out to be. So I'm glad you gave it a second chance and gave it a fair shake. Because it is truly an enjoyable game. Just a matter of sticking with it and ignoring the nonsense a little bit. All right, this is going to be a temple to no specific deity, and I'm not going to allow visitors. So now my dwarves can go pray if they want. Like, you need to go pray, right? After you're done planting seeds. You're going to meditate on beauty. You're going to, like, pray to the god of beauty. Yeah, this is easily the most popular god, and it's a human, which I think is interesting, because humans are extinct. So the god of beauty is a human, and humans don't exist in this world. It's one of my most viewed tutorials, yeah. But you don't deal with them, you use them. They're very, very, very helpful. I mean, like, my well here is an aquifer. It's great. I love it. It's good. It's good stuff. Aquifers are super duper useful. Every fortress needs an aquifer. The more, the better. Yeah, and I like to think that one of the benefits of my stream, even though I will always annoy a portion of the Dwarf Fortress community because of this, I do genuinely believe that one of the benefits of my stream is that I could just be like, citation needed. No, you don't actually need DF hack to solve that. And then I can show you how you can solve it without DF hack. Or just like, when somebody's just like, how do I get rid of aquifers? It's like, well, you can disable them in advanced world generation. They're like, no, just install a mod for that. It's like, why do you need to install a mod for that? What? Why do you intentionally need to bloat your own game? You don't need to do that. That's silly. But, you know, it is what it is. Well, I have a question. How many more tutorials do I really need to make, Althane? I've made like 70 Dwarf Fortress tutorials covering the vast majority of basic mechanics in the game. If you have watched every single one of my tutorials and been playing the game while you're watching through my tutorials, you don't need my help with anything. You know how to play Dwarf Fortress. The running joke for years is that Dwarf Fortress, if you can make soap, you're an expert. You can figure everything out if you can make soap. So why do I need to keep making tutorial content? Nobody watches it. At least not comparatively to how they used to watch it. I am actively damaging my own YouTube channel if all I'm doing is uploading tutorial content. So if I upload a quick tutorial right now, it'll take me 2 hours to make it. It'll get 2,000 views, maybe. And I'll make $3. And then YouTube will go, this channel's falling off. Can't support it. What's the point of that? Like, just from a business perspective. When I made a shit ton of tutorials, it was when I made a shit ton of tutorials, it was when this game was just coming out, right? And I made all those tutorials because there was a lot of people piling into a game that didn't have a great tutorial that were going to need it. And so there was a need. There was a need for it. Was it a mod that made it so when you place furniture that said DF hack command? You didn't have it in the storage order. Yeah, that's a DF hack command, and I hate that command. It really ruins the workflow of the game for me. But yeah, no, like, it's not a logical business proposition for me. So, like, okay, here's some truth about me for a second. I fucking hate making tutorials. I remember talking with Krug Smash about a month before Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, and I asked him if he was going to make any tutorials for the Steam version. He says, well, I made that one, and you know, I think it's enough. It gives people enough, like, ability to get into the game beyond that point, and I don't really like making tutorials. I'm not a psychopath, so I'll just stick to what I do. I agree. I think tutorials are a very difficult type of content to make because people will always tell you you're wrong, regardless of if you're wrong or not. Like, I get tons of people complaining on one of my adventure mode tutorials that it doesn't work. It does. You're just not clicking on the campfire. And at this point, I don't mind making tutorials. I'll make them when they're relevant. It's not relevant for me to make any tutorials right now because there is no content that needs tutorializing. Everything that I've already tutorialized, I would just be remaking the same thing. And sure, I could do what Nookrium does, which is just put out, like, Getting Started Guide 2024, which is exactly the same as 2023. But I don't want to do that. That's just, no. Sorry. Like, at this point, my tutorials are the Getting Started Guide. And if you need help beyond that, there's Discords, there's wikis, and my big videos that I put out have some tutorial content in them. Some explainers, right? Like, the video on COG, several people have noted that it's, like, quietly the best tutorial out there for how to, like, keep track of moods and figure out what dwarves are doing and what dwarves need, which I think is kind of neat. I never really thought about that when I was making it, but it's apparently a really good explainer guide for how dwarf moods work. Like, there is no reason for me to make more tutorials. Which, you know, a while ago I put out a video saying that was titled I'm taking a huge risk making this video. And it was like 3 months ago now or something. I lost a bunch of subscribers when I made that video. I lost like 400. Because literally what I stated in that video is I'm not going to be making much tutorial content anymore because there's no point. There just is none. Like, there is no reason for me to do that again. When there's major updates, that drastically change how the game works, sure. But in Dwarf Fortress, that happens maybe once every other year. And that'll be maybe 1 or 2 videos. So, like, when Myths and Magic come out, if that drastically changes, like, how you start a fort, okay, I'll go back then and I will make another round of getting a new getting started guide for the era where Myths and Magic is a going concern. But that's not the point, right? Like, early on in... Oh, how do I put this? One of the most requested videos I ever had, which I never made, and I won't ever make, is how do you make an arena to make things fight? That's not a tutorial. Use your goddamn creativity. You have all of the powers in front of you. You have cages. You have drawbridges. You have levers. Use some creativity and build it. You don't need me to mansplain it to you. You know, hatches, minecarts. Exactly, yeah. I hadn't even really thought about that. Flowing water, yeah. And, like, that's what a lot of this game is its creativity. You need enough information to get to the point where you can go ding and have a light bulb go off and build the thing yourself, because that's what makes the game cool. This game's not that complicated. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the tutorial videos, I think, are truly awesome. And I think, like, there is a world, Tibbo in YouTube chat, where I would do another, like, Weather Mountains style Let's Play. There is a world where I would do that. But, like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't change mechanically that often. And it might start changing mechanically soon. So soon, maybe I'll have to make some, like, if and when we get procedural potions for hospitals, I may have to make a tutorial on that. Okay, I'll do that. I'll remake my hospital video. But when's that going to come in? 3 months? 6 months? A year? Okay, well, I'll do that when that happens. But, like, realistically, separate tutorial channel. Why do people always fucking ask that? Start over and make fuck all money for the same amount of work. Sorry. Sick brain. Whenever someone's just like, make a new channel for the thing. Fuck no. I'd rather not do the thing. It's literally just start anew, make no money, but do the same work. I could just work on something that would make money. What trait makes dwarves like seeing combat? There is no trait that makes dwarves like seeing combat. A truly psychopathic dwarf can get grim satisfaction upon killing somebody, but there is no trait that makes a dwarf like seeing combat. Being brave in the face of imminent danger makes them less susceptible to stress from combat, but there is no trait that makes them like seeing combat. Dreams of mastering a skill makes them generally enjoy the process of training more, but that's about it. I clicked the button wrong twice. Be more like sweaty rave after Myths and Magic. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's gonna be interesting. But we're still a ways off from that. Also, sorry, Quagger, if you felt like I was attacking you there. It's just... It's one of those things that I think makes sense from an outside perspective. If you've never tried to do the YouTube thing. But from the perspective of somebody who does the YouTube thing, starting a new channel for, like, a slightly different theme of video is the most redundant thing in the world. Like, I started a new channel for VODs, and that's kind of fine. But that's the only thing that's logical to do. Unless, like, you're doing a weird hobby project that you're not intending to make any money on anyway. And tutorials are not that. Tutorials are a type of content I don't like making, that I make when I need to because it's, like, something that is required for my work, right? And the portion of content that I like making is streaming. This is what I like doing. I like communicating with an audience. I don't mind the process of releasing the bigger videos. I don't particularly like making them. They're just a lot of work. The like actual process of sitting down and working on them is fine, but it is a lot of work. It's a very draining activity. It's like, also, you know what? Here, I don't mind doing this, so I'll show you guys this. Give me a second here. Just let me set this to dark mode so I don't blind you guys. All right, these are my most viewed videos, yeah? Where's a good example here? This is my most viewed quick tutorial, okay? It's light aquifers. This video has made me $345.54 Canadian dollars, so that's before taxes, so about, I don't know, $290. I got 904 subscribers, and it's had 8,800 hours of watch time, okay? This video has 334 comments, which is behind my thing, and 5,572 likes. Whoops, no, I'm reading that wrong. That video has 334 comments and 5,415 likes. Just below it is my cult video. This video has been out for 2 months instead of 2 years. Yeah, sorry. It's not logical to make tutorial videos. It's just not. And this video actually didn't do that well money-wise. I think I just released it when ad revenue was kind of bad. So, you know. This is my job, and I have to make a living. Also, at this point, I'm just one dude. I can only do so much. And those long videos take a lot out of me. So it's unhealthy for me to focus on too many different types of content at a time. So there is part of it that's very much just I'm just one person. So I'm doing what one person can do as well as he can do it. And you're not going to get the maximum amount of perfect content all the time from me. Sometimes the content I'm making at the time is what I want to make. And right now I want to make those big videos. So we're going to do that because that's what YouTube is promoting and working with and what the audience for Dwarf Fortress wants to watch. Because at this point, the people who aren't playing Dwarf Fortress probably ain't going to play Dwarf Fortress, but they will watch a big video about it. So, thank you, Neezer. I mean, I stopped making the 4 adventure mode ones because people stopped watching them. They've done well in the longer term, but like, I'll put it this way. I put about 48 hours into making adventure mode tutorials, and I made maybe 90 cents an hour off of those adventure mode tutorials. So, you know. Those things are like such a, how do I word this? I'm so torn about those, Depshi. I need to do another one with Tarn, and I've talked with him, and we'll do one whenever adventure mode releases. So there will be another one with Tarn at some point, but I'm so torn on the interviews that I've done with developers because on one hand, I really like making interviews with developers. It feels good to be able to do that. But the problem with making interviews with developers is the only games that have developers that are willing to talk to a person like me on the internet are pretty small. And I've always had a very mono audience. In the past, it was RimWorld. Now it's Dwarfort. Before that, it was roller coasters. Life's weird. And it's always been hard to make those things worth making. They were something that I made because I was passionate for it, and I still kind of am. But realistically, it is soul-sucking. Spending a dozen hours making, recording, editing, and researching, and hundreds of hours playing a game to then release an interview that 800 people watch. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, but still, like, if, like, okay, so the reason I've never done one for Caves of Cud, just as an example, I don't feel that I know enough about how Caves of Cud works to be able to functionally speak about Caves of Cud. I don't need Kit Fox to hook me up with developers. I just haven't reached out to any developers to do interviews, period. It's not a matter of, like, me needing a publisher to put me in contact with somebody. Like, I can do that myself. That's not the need here. It's I don't know how to make that content in a way that people will watch it. You know? I mean, there's part of me that looks at people like Danny O'Dwyer of NoClip, where I go, man, I would love to do that, but for weird small games. But audiences that are big enough to make that a financially viable system don't exist. That's more what it is than anything. Are they, like, have they fallen into depression? They're dead. You can't help them. I mean, you have to look at their needs and try and fill those. But if they're falling into depression and just wandering around, they're just going to starve to death eventually, probably. You can't make a dwarf snap out of it. Glad you like it, Boetta. I think one of the problems I have as a content creator is just I'm way too honest. Like, when people ask me questions about, like, my take on like the industry or like certain types of content I've made in the past, I'm way too honest. Probably be better off if I was less honest. Okay, so did those gold bars end up in here? Yes, they did. Let's make a gold altar. Just one. And then gold bracelet. Let's make 3. Sure, just like make the first meeting place on one level, assign it to be a temple, then make a different meeting place, and then assign it to be the same temple. Just click this button. Instead of, like, okay, so like, this is a guild hall, right? The Power of Metal. I can go up here, one layer up, make another meeting zone over here, and then click this, and then click this, and now this is part of this guild hall. That's how you do that. Well, cheers. Right, OSRS. I wonder why there's so much, like, crossover between my audience and old school RuneScape. I will never fully understand that, but cheers. Most of the gaming streamers are generic. Most of them want to appeal to mass audiences, which is the smart thing to do. What, just linking zones together? I mean, this dining hall and these are the same zone. These are both the guild hall. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to deconstruct you, and I'm going to deconstruct you, and then I'm going to go up to here. I'm just going to move these. And then I'm going to make more blocks. Well, I mean, the thing that I apparently am teaching everybody right now is that, excuse me, you don't need, or when you start a new fort, if you have less than 20 dwarves, your manager doesn't need an office. So I had a manager assigned at 7 dwarves and was like assigning stuff in the manager screen. You know. But yeah, my plan for today is to do about 4 hours of this fort, and hopefully we actually get some migrants. I thought that we were going to get some this summer, but I guess not. And then, I don't know, 4 p.m. or something, 3 p.m. I want to play some sulfur. So assuming this sickness that I have doesn't get worse again, I would like to play some sulfur later today. I hope I feel better soon too, Celesty. I guess it's something I should mention more, because it's something I just kind of do passively and not really think about it. Feels pleasure, funness. These dwarves are real happy. I will say that. Like, who's the happiest dwarf in the fort right now? It's Keen Cook. Probably because of the fact that you're lovers. You do want to fight, though. In terms of crafting a masterwork someday? Do you want martial training? Oh, you do. Why don't I make a squad? Who would be a good squad commander, I wonder? In terms of raising a family. You want excitement and to uphold tradition. Very humble and likes a little excitement now and then. You know, okay, I think I'll do it this way. Let's just make a militia commander. We'll give it to statue sounds. Create a new squad with metal armor. Gonna go to equip. Gonna add a uniform, which is just gonna be armor, handwear, legwear, headwear, footwear, shields. Not and bucklers, just shields. And no weapon. Instead, just a second shield. This is going to be Riot Bash Squad. I don't know. Something like that. And then assign uniform, Riot Bash. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make one of these. Get them training here. And then say, yo, everybody, join the squaddy. Let's train for a bit. I also really like the sprites of them with 2 shields. They look kind of awesome. I'm not going to lie. Like, look at this dude. Look at that dude. It's fantastic. The All Captain America squad. Well, we can't use weapons right now. So, actually, how much steel do I have? I could probably make enough shields for everybody. Yeah, I got 76 steel. Yeah, I could absolutely make more shields. Because right now we have, what? Enough for 3 dwarves to have shields, I think? Yeah, I've got 6 shields. So that would, what, be 20 shields total? So I need another 14. Steel shield and 14. But yeah, I think like the next 5 years of Dwarf Fortress kind of looks like this for me. It's going to be like a year or 2 of what we're doing right now, where I'm just kind of making bigger videos like the ones I've been making and throwing a little bit of variety in there and playing a lot of forts. And then in between forts, short adventures. That's going to be the pretty consistent kind of cadence for my content until there's what we describe in the Dwarf Fortress community as a flurry of major updates. Because Tarn kind of often, at least in times past, would have long periods of like quiet development, and then boom, 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 a bunch of stuff comes out all at once. And when a bunch of stuff comes out all at once, there will be tutorials. But outside of that, not so much. What am I going to play later? This. It's Tarkov if it was a Cartoon Network show. It's a single-player extraction shooter that I wanted to try for a little bit, and it looks pretty rad, and I kind of want to try it. It looks super silly, and is pretty slow-paced and chill-looking, so I want to play a little bit of it. You heard a firework? Well, rip. You really enjoying the new stuff? Yeah, we're going to have to dive into some CUD sometime in November. I'm waiting for it to get a little bit closer. This time one dwarf is a necromancer and I forbid the stupid curse book. Although something that actually I kind of want to ask you, just for those of you who do play CUD in the chats, people want me to make CUD videos, like the same way I made the last 2 Major Dwarf videos. To which I have a question. How? If I just follow the main quest line, then it's just the main quest line. Are you guys up to watching me play CUD full sandbox, where I just don't do any of the mainline quests, and eventually do the dungeons, but, like, don't do the mainline quests? Because, like, the issue that I've always had in the historically streaming CUD isn't streaming CUD. Streaming CUD is great. I like CUD. The issue that I've had with CUD is people tune out the second I hit a story beat that they haven't seen before. So it's like the RPG problem, where if it's a new or recent RPG and the second you start hitting spoilers, people are very less likely to watch. So I'm actually real curious to know your guys' take on that. Like, how would you guys want me to stream CUD? This one dwarf is a necromancer, but I forbid his stupid cursed book. There you go. I mean, you could lock him up. You know, consider him like the martyr. All other dwarves will learn the punishments that will be sustained upon learning the secrets of life and death. Yeah, I've been watching the development of that game, and yes, I'll certainly play some more Norland. I played like 40 hours of it in like a week. So I've kind of got my fill of it for right now, but yeah, I'm watching its development, and as it goes, we'll get there. Streaming Caves of CUD, spoilers and all. See, that's just not correct because my view count says otherwise. Grumbleker. Like, so I don't know, mate. Like, kind of my personal plan for CUD was to wait until it had been out for like a week so that all of you guys have a chance to go beat it. Just ignoring it and diving for loot and stuff is fine. CUD's big monsters in the main story are the same each time, so I'm not sure how one would go about making videos like what you've done. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, the actual interesting fights are always the same. You want to see it played? Fair. Yeah, I don't know. We'll be playing CUD in the next 2 weeks, probably. Probably not next week, but we'll be playing it in the next 2 weeks. So if you want CUD content, you know, hang out for a little bit. You'll get some of that. Just waiting until these dwarves all get a little bit of, once they get past dabbling. Because that'll clear the martial training need for all these dwarves. They also want to make merry, which means I do actually need to make them a tavern soon. You got into an argument? What? With whomst? This dwarf wants to fight? Well, you're learning right now. That sounds like a really good way to make the frame rate drop real quick. Closest minor force of annoyance. You know, I've seen that term like catching on since that video released. And I'm happy about that. Yeah, sure. Baku. Ew, collectible card game, gross. There was a mod for CUD ages ago that I played, which made it into a colony builder, like Dwarf Fort, which was interesting. Forever too fab for you. True. Facts. Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. These dwarves, I wonder if they train shields faster. I wonder. I doubt it, but... What animals do we have on the map? Just the giant thrips. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really seen many CUD mods that super duper interest me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with just sandboxing it. But one thing I do know for certain is people like the stress of Cud. So we'll have to go for the stress of Cud. You mean the one that basically just surfaces the same screen from adventure mode? Darius? I mean, you can see him here. It's just the words change. I mean, like, all this. Yeah, I don't need the numbers though. I'm good. I'm good without the numbers. I don't think they're considered miscellaneous for striking. I'm pretty sure that's just under shield, isn't it? Like, shield bashing is just part of the shield skill? Oh, I could be totally wrong. Is there a gimmick to this fort? There's always a gimmick to the forts. All right. We've got to trade. Because the caravan has arrived. Amulet will bring. Singular gold bracelet will bring. Don't have any rings. That'll probably be enough value anyway. No damaged clothing, which is kind of amazing. Do I even... I thought I started some more crafts going, but I guess not. Oh, well, it'll be fine. And then let's take you off of concentrating. Let's put you guys off duty. Same with this. Yes. So these items should be brought down in no time. They're going to come trade. And just bring item to trade depot. There we go. That'll be good. But yeah, the gimmick to this fort is basically I'm trying to put a major dent in the goblin armies, and the only weapons I'm allowed to use are artifacts or shields. So we're going to have a lot of wrestlers and a few, I guess, hero dwarves with artifact weapons. It's going to take a while to get going, but we'll get there. I need the value of that to be significantly higher to be useful. Could just sell helms. Or shields, even. Sure, why don't we sell some of my steel shields? I'm making 14 more. I can just make 20, which is all I need right now. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. There we go. That's a bit better. Not going to buy that 1 gold bar because that's a waste of money. I'm going to buy the coal, though. Which is the majority of the weight that they brought. But just out of curiosity, chat, what games have you been playing? Hammer's Bald! Thanks for the Prime sub. Watched a lot of my videos lately. Now your Prime is ready to go again. Cheers, mate. Thanks for watching the stuff. Appreciate you. I think I'm going to buy some livestock and butcher them. Get some more meat. Also some cages. Be convenient and easy. Let's trade for a bunch of that. And then this. I will offer as a gift. Excellent. And they say, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. And once again, I'm just going to keep requesting coal. All of the coal. Hey, chat, can I get a couple beers for that brand new Prime sub? Started UFO 50. Yeah, that game looks neat. League, Shame, Project, Zomboid. There you go. Playing a lot of U-Boat lately. There you go. Baldur's Gate 3. Finally had the time for it? Yeah. Other than CUD, you've newer No Man's Sky stuff? Gotcha. I've actually been playing some web fishing off stream. I have some front page time next week. I might play some web fishing in the evening. Although supposedly there's a bunch of people who are getting their accounts fished through web fishing, which I think is very funny and ironic. Don't click on shady links, kids. They want anvils. Well, that's interesting. Actually, I should make steel anvils. That's something I should do. All right, let's just go butcher shop and a tanner shop. And then I'm going to go here. Cage. I'm just going to slaughter all these. Also going to slaughter the reindeer cow and the camel and the horse. Keep the 2 turkeys. Everything else can just get slaughtered. How'd you like Frostpunk 2? I've heard very mixed things about it. Someone's been entering pub sewers and sending too much long mail, which crashes the game. Oh, pub servers, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would play on a private server, so it's fine. Cheers, Hammer's bald. You're hardly being spoiled on anything, but there's no reason to use mods for Dwarf Fort. D23 Slayer. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I played on a private server for a couple hours. That's it. But I was using that game as like a second screen, like screensaver, basically. How much gold do I actually have now? It's gonna be more than nothing. It's something. It's something. So now we're butchering animals and slaughtering animals. So we're slaughtering this horse. I'm curious what animal they're just going to go butcher, because it's not a known animal, supposedly. Is there just a corpse somewhere that you're going to go butcher? Giant parakeet skeleton. Huh. Bone crafts it is. Just going to pause these for a minute, because those are very time-consuming jobs. Nothing makes you feel smart like banging your head against a wall for 10 hours trying to figure out why some code was breaking, to have a code worker look at it for 15 minutes and get it working. This is one of those, like, you spend a whole day trying to make something work, and then you take a nap, and then you wake up, and then you try it again, and you fix it the first time. Like, within seconds. It's very much that kind of thing. Wonder why they never made bone crafts. It's like, there is plenty of bones, though. Yeah, there is plenty of bones. Maybe it's because they were all getting hauled. That might be it. Should also just make a kitchen temporarily, so that they can make all of the, whatchamacallit, render all of the fat. Hollow, yes, that. I can't remember. Is this a beta branch thing? It might be the version that you're on. It's all good. I can read through typos generally. But yeah, no, it's likely because I'm pretty sure this is a beta branch only thing right now. I had one, but I deleted it a while ago for the kitchen. Same with all this stuff, which is why I'm remaking it. This is still not a kitchen. All right, up here, I'm going to make an offering place. All right, I'm in an ad. I will be right back. Gonna go take a piss and start up some more water for another cup of tea. You really dislike barrels? You don't know why? I don't like barrels because, like, I find wood to be a more scarce resource most of the time than boulders. So I just always have an abundance of rocks, whereas I rarely have an abundance of wood. But I think that might also just be how I play. It's mostly all it is. Also just gonna make a food stockpile right here. For everything but seeds. The water's almost done boiling, so I'll have to move in a moment. Because I can tell you right now, this is going to run out of space. I don't really want stuff to start rotting. Do I prefer coffee or tea? To me, that's like a, do you prefer... I don't know. They're different uses. Tea when I have a sore throat or feel sick. Or when I want to fall asleep. Or as like an afternoon thing. Coffee most mornings. Like it's kind of a different use case thing for me. They're not really one-to-one equivalents, I guess. I got your wife playing Dwarf Fortress? I'm sorry. Hopefully you see her again. Cold Kodiak. Of course comments are turned off for this YouTube stream because it's not a video. It's a stream. Why do you need comments on a stream that's going to be unlisted as soon as the stream's over? Just type in the chat. It's fine. I don't need people to like coyly insult me after the fact. All right, I'm going to go pour my tea. Then I'll be right back. I mean, those aren't long messages. I've seen longer. I mean, that's not why I heard mixed things about it. I heard mixed things about it because the first one was a very focused thing, and the second one is a very sandboxy thing. And the people that I heard that were disappointed by the sequel to Frostpunk We're disappointed not because it was buggy or because they don't read, like you're saying, but because it wasn't as focused as the first one. So, You think the main difficulty in the sandbox is finding points of interest that aren't aligned with the main story or RNG? The goal of the story is diving into less traveled areas like Asphalt Mines or the Virgin Deathland Ruins, or like diving into Deep Strata or something from Yappa. Might be interesting. I mean, getting to an area is just a matter of leveling up in CUD, right? And having the gear to get there and survive that area, that's all it is. So, I don't know. I think I over worry maybe when it comes to CUD. I worry that, I don't know. CUD is a game that I've always kind of had a hard time streaming for a multitude of reasons. Back in the day, it was just, for a lot of people, difficult for me to stream back in the day because a lot of people just found it like daunting to look at. The game admittedly has had a lot of visual changes that make it easier to look at now, but it is still one of the harder games to follow that I stream. Like, I personally think it's a harder game to watch than Dwarf Fortress. The second issue I've always had with it is the second you hit anything even remotely spoiler territory, like any of the designed dungeons, people tune out because they don't want spoilers. So I don't know. It's always been a difficult game for me to stream, which is one of the reasons I've always been a little bit apprehensive to stream it, even though I love the game. Yeah, no, I'm not insulted. It's fine. No, the reason I don't have comments on is because often what happens if someone's being a shithead in the YouTube chat and I ban them, which, you know, happens once every other week or so, they would just go leave a comment. Like, what the fuck's the point then? So no, there's no reason to have comments on a stream that's just going to be delisted once it's done. I mean, VODs go up on my VODs channel, which is @BlindExtras, because I don't want to spam people's like subscription boxes. Not that anybody looks at those anyways, but I don't want to spam people's subscription boxes with, you know, VOD content, basically. What is this? Monarch Butterfly Man. Made by Havoc. This is probably an image of the god. Yep, an image of the god. Plain old statue of a dwarf, statue of dwarves, statue of a red-winged blackbird, and a statue of snails. And 404 is up there praying. What a cozy little fort. Should probably, you know, something I could do quite easily is I could probably start making a source of power. I could run water from the aquifer through here and up along here, all the way to the edge of the map, and that would start developing power for me. Which might not be the worst idea. You know, fun fact, less than 0.5% of my views on YouTube come from the sub box. So congratulations, you're part of the 0.5. Do they drink dwarven syrup? It's a cooking material. It's not a beverage. It is it's a cooking substance. It's what dwarven syrup is used for. Are there ever gods that look like animal people? It's random based on your world. That's all about your history generation. I once had a world that had a fluffy Wambler god, which genuinely was one of the funniest things I ever had happen in my life. We laughed so hard. It was like, you have a god that's a what? All hail his mighty pudge. Or like when we had that chinchilla god. That was just not a chinchilla man, just a chinchilla god. Always a good time. Dusty be his pelt, yes. Making an aquifer creek. Just gonna pause this. Because I need to get all of these boulders out of here. Just get them out. Just get them out. Giant bat blood. Some dwarf was just walking around with giant bat blood on their clothing. I think I should probably set this as a water zone. Just got that one to get rid of now. And this one. Could also go down into here and remove all these so that the dwarves don't, you know, get stuck walking around down in here. Or try to path through these. Just remove it as an option. Slugman god in your current world? That's always fun. Finally catch a stream. There you go. It's good to have you. Congratulations on catching the stream. Don't let it go. They're quite fleeting. So this is going to become just a big ol' little Dwarven-made creek. That is the whole point of this. I'm going to use this to generate power. We can power all sorts of fun things with this. The problem is going to be, can I do it safely? Basically. Because it's going to fill up quite alarmingly quickly. This area over here is filling up now. In fact, what I maybe should do... Ooh. There's a lot of sand back here, actually. Need to make sure it stays rock. Because otherwise I won't be... Well, I don't need to make sure it stays rock, but I kind of would like it to not be sand. What's up, Liz Hayden? Started a new world yesterday and you're getting attacked by a slug person was the first thing that happened to your caravan? Yeah, animal people are by default hostile and it kind of sucks. Ah, I'm hitting another aquifer wall. And this is continuing to fill, piece by piece. You made a uniform which makes a dwarf grab every single melee weapon available to him. That seems like a lot of melee weapons. Probably too many melee weapons. Happy third Monday. You mean Wednesday? Then what's Sunday? Is that Saturday times 2? Then what's a Friday? Is that just Friday? Anyway, hi DS. How thing? Or happy spiritual Saturday? Sunday? Ow. My head hurts.
Crypt bongo, crypt bongo.
Always look on the right side of Mike. Thanks very much for the 34th month. Appreciate you, mate. Saturday times 2 is November. Just no. Okay. I'm gonna pretend I know why this is the way it is, but I really don't, to be honest with you. I'm starting to get worried. I really hope we get a migrant wave soon. It's kind of fun when like you do these like weird time of year starts that aren't like around early spring, because it really throws off when you get your migrant waves. Which must be what's happening right now. This basically happened to somebody in chat yesterday. We're talking about this. I kind of was expecting this, but I also thought we'd get another one. You know. You have a screenshot of a dwarf with a sword and a spear, with a shield strap to his arm, and a mace and an arm and a warhammer. I'm assuming is what I don't know what a war mare is, but tied to him. I guess we have the war axe used by the lumberjack. I mean, if that dwarf was also a lumberjack, they will unequip the war axe. But battle axes are in fact equipped by lumberjacks. Yes. Just gonna start moving this stuff out because I don't need more boulders in these. I'm presuming you meant Warhammer, right? I mean, seems like a very dedicated dwarf to their craft. I respect that dwarf. So we're bringing all of those boulders back over to there. That won't take too long. Just a few tasks that need to happen. It's not the best tasks I've made them do, but they're not pissed, so. So that they grab whatever they fancy? Yeah, no, dwarves can kind of equip an alarmingly large amount of weapons, but they won't be able to use them, right? So there's no real reason to do that. I remember there was somebody in my chat once who was insisting that they needed their dwarves to equip weapons and daggers so that if they drop their swords, they could use their daggers. But usually if a dwarf drops a sword, it means their arm is missing, so it's not super useful. Those are some really happy dwarves. No, this is pretty standard, actually, I would say. I would say this fort is pretty standard in its happiness. Last fort is just, like, abnormally unhappy. So maybe your, like, ideas of how happy my dwarves are going to be early on in a fort is tainted from the last one. Whew. We need that done quick. A rabbit? Big rabbit, man. More like a kangaroo. I am not at civil war with my faction. I've traded with them twice. No, the only reason this is happening is because of the time of year I settled. I settled in late fall, so I missed the first and second guaranteed migrant waves. Okay, so then I traded, as per normal, the first year. Then we have to wait for the second year to finish so I can trade again so that it can then reset when migrants show up. Basically, the game is designed for you to start forts on the first of the year. If you do not start on the first of the year at early spring, if you do not start a fort around early spring or winter, it kind of breaks when the first few migrant waves show up. I am not in a civil war with my faction. I've also been trading with them, so. It doesn't roll over? Nope. So I knew this would happen. I actually verbally talked about it while it's starting this fort. Martin Check? Is that how you say that? Anyway, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you, friend. I mean, there's no wood that needs cutting. Come on. So we're basically waiting for, like, the economy to get rolling for me to start getting migrants. Which could have been this past summer, but is actually probably going to be spring. Which is why I traded more than I normally would. Although, actually, something I should check. Well, that answers that.
Welcome back, Blind. Hope you got to rest, smiley face.
I just forgot to set my population back to a normal population after the last fort. So no, I was right. But geez. That explains it. Cypher, thank you very much for the 14th month. I wasn't getting the notification, which is what was throwing me off. I need pig iron. All right, well, how much steel do I have then? Steel, 62. Sweet. Let's do steel breastplates. Yeah, laugh away. But no, you do still have a chance to outright miss the first two if you don't settle at the right time of year. But obviously you won't get any migrants whatsoever if you settle and have a population cap set like a genius like me. Got a decent amount of booze. You can just keep making crafts, that's fine. Those are both paused, that's fine. It's still working. You're doing all this, it's also fine. You can assign a weapon to any dwarf that is in a squad. Unless, are you talking about assigning items? I mean, literally, like, you go here, you go here, you go here, and then you select what you want to assign to them, and then press confirm. But you don't want dwarves running around with weapons, because dwarves only have so many hands, right? Dwarves need their hands to do tasks. If they're holding a sword and a shield, they kind of can't do their tasks as easily, and not all dwarves are smart enough to put them on their back. So you don't really want dwarves running around with those. Blind making an underground river? I literally invented this strat. What? Aquifer rivers are my thing. I came up with this. Just ask Deep Space. Cyberdeck Cypher, thanks for the 14th month. And El Spirit, thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. That is almost a hype train. But, like, no, seriously. It was me that invented this originally. I probably shouldn't take that credit because I don't think it was, but I do have this very vivid memory of Deep Space going, whoa, that looks awesome. I should do that. So, yeah. Yeah, but that's a noble. They're not going to use that as a weapon. Okay, hold on. I need to catch up with what just happened. DS, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs, and Gazoom, thank you as well for the 5-pack of gift subs. Right side of Mike, thank you for the $1. I have one of the oldest Discord servers. It was one of the original 10,000 Discord servers, even.
Right side of Mike cheered. X100.
But seriously, thanks for all the gift subs, guys. Appreciate you. I'm a little bit low energy today because I am sick. I've got a pretty bad cold. So I'm trying to, like, keep my voice low so I don't, you know, Lose it, if you will. Whatever. Dwarf, that's not wise. Getting there with this side, too. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I feel kind of dumb about the whole population thing. So I'm like, oh, we're not at war with my own faction. What the fuck's going on? This is what happens when you don't play the video game for 2 weeks and forget what your settings were. Like, legitimately, that's the best excuse I got. So I didn't play the game for 2 weeks and forgot my settings. Also, enjoy your dinner with family, Havoc. It wasn't a trip. It was 2 trips. I went on 1 trip and then immediately got back and was like, I don't want to be at home. And so I went and took another trip. So I went on a trip and then immediately went on a 2nd trip. Okay, well, I only need 10 of each. What are we wearing? Trousers, tunics, gloves, socks, shoes. And let's also go here, make a farming workshop. Again, this will probably move at some point, but I'm just going to go here. Type in process plants. When there's 10 available. And Chad, thank you very much for checking a sub out as well. Appreciate you guys. Currently, the hype train needs another subscription or 400 bits to move up to the next level.
Let the beer flow.
I mean, that'll take a bit. You called it, it was called the dumpster, and you had your prime years over 2,000 boosts. Started late 2015. Mine was started in beta. It was one of the first 10,000. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. That's 5 times what it needed, but thank you. It's one of the few humble brags I have is like, I remember there was like a good year here where I was just explaining to people what Discord was every day. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I did that for quite some time. You like 5s? It's a good number. Shit, friends, we Dwarfin'? We Dwarfin'. We doing the best at Dwarfin'. Oh, 404 already claimed a new pair of pants. I ruined many people's lives? Aw, thanks, man. This is why dwarves need bedrooms, so they can go put their old clothing away. It's very important. I mean, now it needs what? An additional 4 subs? Or 1,700 bits? $17 in bits or 4 subscriptions to level up. Hi, Paxmac. I will not remember your other username, but hi. It's good to see you, mate. Thanks for paying that sub forward, man. Appreciate you. Back to forging those steel breastplates. I'm looking forward to the day where I get more dwarves arriving in this fort so that I can make it possible for other people to claim dwarves. But we're just not there yet. That actually is like the bane of my existence with Discord, is the fact that so many people have different usernames on Discord that they have on YouTube, that they have on Twitch, and then they're just like, hi, I'm this person. I'm like, well, it's fine, I'll never remember. Unless you have like brand unification, like I will never remember. I am just doomed. I will never be able to keep up. Especially like those people that change their names pretty consistently. Although there is one guy I know who changes his name at a relatively consistent clip. But it always has like a theme. Luckily, you're mostly stone. Mostly, yeah. Very little clay in that stone, I think. Ice Blue, thanks for the 10-pack. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like back in the day, people wanted people to not know who they were, and now it's like, you kind of want people to know who you are, or like at least where to find you. So it makes finding your friends easier. Like, I don't know about you guys, but every now and again, I look at my Steam friends list and I go, I don't know who fucking half these people are. Need them to remove those. Although over here, Una is being very, 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 very efficient. Teaching everybody weaponsmithing. Really wonder what tradition this dwarf wants to uphold. After being away from traditions. Firm believer in the value of tradition and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. I guess a clay is a soil. Most of yours don't even play games anymore. Yeah, there's definitely a couple people on my friends list too that are also deceased now, which is a little grim, but true. I've always been ice blue. The number changes. Yeah, it's fair. Hello, Archmagos. Yeah, new fort. It's been a slow start, but we're getting there. I feel like a lot of people who are getting too old to play games are actually just, like, too busy to play games. It's one of those hobbies that kind of sticks with you. Like, I personally feel that it's pretty hard to actually properly quit playing games completely. People just don't do that generally. Also, I'd be more loud and excited about the hype train, but thank you very much for the hype train once again, chat. It needs another 4 subs or $17 in bits to level up. Or you could just leave it at 69%, which is totally fine. It's up to you guys. Thank you, Soviet. Appreciate you. It's been since 2018. I got partnered the day I got back from TwitchCon, which was one of the most frustrating experiences of my life. I spent the entire time at that TwitchCon explaining to people, no, I'm not partnered yet. No, I can't hang out with you in the partner lounge with the rest of all of our friends because I'm not partnered yet, blah, 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 blah. And then got home, and then half the Twitch staff were like, wow, really, you're not partnered yet? That's crazy. It's like they knew. It was maddening. Busy is more of it. Major focus changes like children and life jobs. Yeah, no, I mean, I was listening to a podcast the other day that was talking about The Simpsons. And they were all like, it's not a Simpsons podcast. It's just the topic of that particular episode was The Simpsons. And one of the questions that they asked was like, when did you all fall off of The Simpsons? And they all kind of had the same answer, which is around the time they all went to college. Which is, in my opinion, the right time to fall off of The Simpsons or that kind of entertainment because you're busy with more important things. I think that's the same with video games. Go here. Go to difficulty, Elspirit. Go to custom settings. Scroll down to the cavern dweller scale. I have them completely disabled for this fort. So just hit the little red button and it'll disable them. Or set them to whatever numbers you want. I think it's 20, it's like 10 and 50 are the default scalings, which on a default map will lead to 400 cavern dwellers per layer. Or 400 cavern dwellers per cavern layer. Yeah, I will say that I like different kinds of games these days than I used to. Thank you very much for the 69% complete at level 5. With 30 subs and 300 bits. Appreciate you guys. It means a lot. It really does. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. $3 in bits. Bunch of money in subs. Thanks, chat. All right, then we go all the way along here. Probably something's on fire. If you've got a bunch of like notifications that something is collapsing in the caverns, it's probably fire. It's almost always fire. It just became repetitive and gummy. I'll be honest with you, the only Simpsons I've ever watched is the Treehouse of Horror shorts. It's the only Simpsons I've ever watched. And the Simpsons movie. So I'm not really a Simpsons person, I'll say. Oh, I also played Simpsons Hit and Run. That game was awesome. I did see all of Futurama, though. So I guess if by that logic, I would just be a Futurama guy. Personally, you stopped playing video games after your recent break and entry. You lost your desk and computer. Oh, Jesus. I had a period of time where I stopped playing video games years ago because I was homeless, but then I took most of a paycheck at the time and bought a 3DS and then started playing games again. Probably not the smartest purchasing decision at the time, but I did it. But yeah, they stole your desk? That's absurd. I was homeless, but I wasn't that homeless, meaning I had a job, YouTube chat, and also I had pretty frequent places to crash. It was like maybe 1 in 3 days that I would spend outside. I spent about 2 weeks outside during one point in it, but it was literally just me, my backpack, and a 3DS. 2013 was a long year. Actually, no, 2014, not 2013. 2013 was also a long year, but for different reasons. It was summer 2014. That's hysterical. Clever, clever. That sucks. Statue sounds. What kind of burglar steals a bed? My ex-girlfriend tried to steal my bed. But I told her I would take her to small claims court if she actually tried to move out with the bed because I, like, paid the vast majority of rent while she was living here. What is that dwarf doing? Go to sleep, then. It's not really a burglar. Bet. But yes, you are correct. It's more of a personal property dispute, in fact. Took your furnace? So basically you just weren't home for a really long time? Man. So I have a question. Have you invested in Nest cameras yet? Am I feeling better? Not really. I wish I was. I still have a sore throat and still have a bit of a headache. I'm on cup number 3 of hot tea. This tea bag is starting to die, but it's okay. It's mostly just I need hot water or I start to lose my voice. What am I trying to build? I'm building a river that I can use for power using light aquifers. Is what I'm doing. Nope. I tested yesterday, and then I also got my brother-in-law to get me more testing kits yesterday evening. And 3 more tests have... So a total of 4 tests, and it's not COVID. I just have a really shitty immune system because I'm type 1 diabetic. So my body just, like, fucking gives up when I get sick. No, not chamomile. Ginger and honey. Well, no honey, but just ginger. This is, like, the least interesting tea on earth. It's just spicy. If I was drinking chamomile, I would not have this much energy. I'd be very drowsy. That sucks. Feel better soon, Archmagos. No, it's all good. My cuddles. Like, you know, I did it to myself, right? I went on vacation and went a bunch of places. I just have to feel better by this weekend, because I'm going places again this weekend. So, during my vacation, I spent 4 days in Victoria, over on Vancouver Island. And I'm going back this weekend for one night to go see a concert. So, I just have to be better by Friday, basically. So that I can go see indie metal bands play. But essentially, I'm sending this to the end of the edge of the map so that it can drain off. And this whole thing is an aquifer, so it's just filling at all times from the walls. And it might take a little bit, but the end goal / ideal for this is that there will just be water coming in from probably over here as well eventually. And it'll just flow all the way through, all the way along here, all the way down here, and then off the map. And it'll give us this pretty little river to build around, which will look nice. But it will also give me the ability to put water wheels in places where I need them, which is very convenient. Which ones? Gross Misconduct and Neck of the Woods is who I'm seeing on Saturday. And then I think Torify is opening? I think. Sounds like you need to disable fishing, because there's nothing to catch in the central swamps. But yeah, statue sounds, that sucks. I hope that you have some insurance or something, or have some way of, like, sorting out that problem, because that sucks. I've never had my place broken into to the point where I kind of take it for granted. Like, it's something I've just never had happen. I think I had one person who was, like, trying to break into my place once, Just kind of was sitting here working, and then suddenly there was just a dude with gloves on my patio just, like, knocking on the door, and then I kind of walked over, I was like, what the fuck? And then he just left. And it's kind of been a non-issue since, but... So have you just not been using power? Like, how do you... how do you forget to use water wheels, I guess? Yeah, because there isn't much recourse if your stuff gets stolen, right? It's like, well, your stuff's gone. Good luck getting it back. Aside from, like, theft insurance. But even then, insurance companies are great at, like, actually doing their job and paying out. Although, the only thing I have theft insurance on is my bicycle. Because I have a bike that's too expensive. Even though I personally haven't put that much money into it, if I'd actually paid for the thing instead of having it given to me, it would have been a very expensive bike. You're in Labrador, you just haven't been home yet? We'll give that pooch a pet. I know that that's not what a Labrador is, but... Well, I know you mean the place, not the breed of dog, but anyway. You have perfect setups, F9R. Or for them. So you keep forgetting to use water wheels, and you're using millstones instead. Okay. We saw Bill Murray a couple months ago. I'm not familiar with them at all. Oh yeah, also on Friday, I'm seeing Animals as Leaders and Pellini, I think is how you say his name. Which I'm looking forward to, very much so. Very, 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 very much so. It'll be my 5th time seeing Animals as Leaders. Fantastic band. 3 dudes broke into your apartment and your father threw them out of the window? 3rd floor. Wow. Is your dad a superhero? Or a professional wrestler? That's the sort of thing that, like, you hear stories about, but, like, I feel like I will never see happen in real life. You're late today? Hope it's going well. I figured out why I'm not getting migrants. I still had a population cap set after the Ghost Fort. Professional defense trader? Yeah, there you go. You know, I've done that on a number of forts where I'm just like, I'm gonna mint coins every year, and then I always just forget and then never actually do it. That's something I've said I'm gonna do like many times and then never done it. They're a very deadly throwing projectile weapon. They're also not a bad trade good. So do you sometimes? Word. That's like the guy that that's like the guy that got his house broken into and then like almost got a manslaughter trial because he cut the guy in half with a sword. And he was like a professional, like, taught people how to use sword. Kendo, I think is the name of the thing. Anyway, he was like a professional at using swords and cut the guy in half and, like, almost went to prison. I need to go look up the actual article, but it's just what it's reminding me of. A repeatable order. What, to just do it annually? That's actually not a bad idea. Uh-oh. Did I just drown some dwarves? I may have. All right, well, let's do this. Now you can leave. Now you should be able to leave. Come on, Havoc. It's right there. You big goofball. Walk to... Okay, you climbed out. It's fine. You found a way out. Everything is good. Let's get these dwarves training. Let's do a little bit of working out. Actually, I'm curious about how much gear is available now. Ciao PP, thank you very much for the 21st month. It's a lot of months, man. Repeated yearly? Yeah, no, that'd be the way to do it. That would be the way to do it. This dwarf doesn't know how to hand correctly. They've got both their shields in the same hand. This one gets it. They've got them in both in the different hands, but this one, they're both in the same hand. My bad. Why are they both in the same hand there, dwarf? Every single dwarf in the entire fort is named. And also, this isn't a militia commander. This is just me killing time for these dwarves. Also, chat, instead of asking for a dwarf, could we get a round of beers for that resubscription? You worked with a guy who thought that he could use a sword to break and enter, but they took it away from him and sent the scars and everything from him. Sent the scars and everything. Oh, yeah. There was a similar case years back where a professional knight historian dude, a place got broken into, and he killed the guy with a sword and had a self-defense, and police argued that there was no way that he had been able to do that to the guy unless the person was unable to defend themselves, and man made a very compelling case for why he could do it, in fact, do that in self-defense. No, I believe it. I believe it. I've seen dudes that know what they're doing with swords, and they're scary. There we go. We've got some basic training done. We just need them to get to novice. It's not that hard. The things are made to cut people in the first place. Yeah. What's scarier, a guy with a sword that knows what he's doing or a guy with a sword that doesn't? Definitely a guy with a sword that knows what he's doing. Okay. Here's a question. What's scarier, a guy in close range with a sword who knows what he's doing or a guy at close range with a gun that doesn't know what he's doing? Because there was a video close to where I live that blew up in the news maybe a year ago now of this attempted, like, gang assassination. And this guy just, like, drives in an SUV, jumps out with a gun, just unloads an entire clip with a fully automatic rifle into this other SUV, doesn't hit anybody, doesn't injure anybody, and then somehow manages to get hit by his own truck. So... and it's all caught on camera. There was many a moment where we just kind of made fun of that guy while I was at the bar. There we go. The other dwarves come over for training. More specifically, he ran over his foot. But, like, you know, he, I guess, didn't put the handbrake on, and he was on a hill. I think alcohol was involved if I had to bet Omnipotent, but, you know. It's only funny because it's gang on gang violence, otherwise it's terrifying, but the fact that it's gang violence just makes it funny. Also that everybody got arrested minutes later and nobody died is the other reason it's funny. Wow, you just keep getting into arguments. Who are you getting into arguments with? Or dwelling upon it? Definitely rolled a 1, yes. He rolled a 1 with a repeating crossbow. That can get deconstructed. That we can keep. That can get deconstructed now because I don't need it. I'm not sure why Keen Cook is just sitting down here doing this, but... Personally, I would just, if I could choose, I would choose to just not run into a guy with a deadly weapon running at me. It doesn't matter what it is. That might be like a crazy thing to say, but if I could pick one, that would be the thing I would pick, is just not having to have a guy run at me with a weapon. Period. That seems unpleasant. Claiborne, what are you upset about? You need new pants, is that the problem? Also want to eat a good meal, you want to make merry? I think I need to make these dwarves a tavern. I've been putting that off. Alright, I think I will let them train until the 10th. An invincible fort. 1000% it's easy to build an invincible fort. Building an impenetrable fort is easy and boring. Also, look at that. I can finally enable the thing. Isn't that grand? I wonder how many migrants we're going to get. The first one is a surgeon named Logum. Followed by a peasant who's bringing her child and her husband. Also down here. Dreams of creating a great work of art. How about you? Dreams of raising a family, and we need to make more booze. Child arrives. Another peasant. Oh yeah, this faction has a shit ton of peasants in it, doesn't it? A potter? High Master Potter? That's random. I swear to God, if this dwarf just goes into a strange mood right away, I'm going to be pissed. You're also bringing your spouse? Okay. And your child. There's your spouse. I'm kind of half looking out for a dwarf that would be good for the military. It's like fearful. Uh-huh. But no, drawbridges are the easiest way to make an invincible fort. There's a cow/calf, which I will eat. Although I think I just disassembled my butcher shop, which I can fix that. You are... Huh. A very competent siege engineer. Investments are open if you're interested, chat. I think they've been open the whole stream, but, you know. It really makes me wonder what they're doing at the mountain home, because there's a lot of really talented siege engineers in this faction. It happened a lot in the last fort as well. Stray piggy. Another peasant with 2 lovers. Look at you. Dreams of mastering a skill. Mm-hmm. He's polite, good with language, hates the law, has good memory, hates decorum, lives with a refined politeness, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, enjoys being in crowds, and often feels discouraged. He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He likes a little excitement. That could be a mill probs. What's her name? Terms of mastering a skill. High social awareness, poor memory, stamina, intolerant, altruistic. Actually has some military skills already. Never killed anything. Competent swords dwarf. That's intriguing. I mean, if you overuse them, sure. I use cage traps. For me, cage traps are like a niche use case. I try to use cage traps specifically to catch animals, for training purposes. You know, because if you want to catch and train animals, you basically need cage traps. I need to blow my nose. I will be right back. Alright, I can sort of speak again. Kind of losing my voice here. Bunch of good wins in there. Quick to give up. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so now we're at 35 dwarves. Which means things are actually going to start getting done at a more decent clip. Also, it means I need to brew some alcohol, like stat. So let's just start brewing drink from plant. I'm also going to milk animals and make cheese, if I can. I said milk animal twice. Make cheese is what I want you to do. Let's get some decent foodstuffs up in here. And we need more beds. So let's check how many logs we have. Because we had 10. Let's make an additional bed. 20 of them. And start making bedrooms. Actually, how many picks do I have? 5 total. 2, 3, 4. 5. It's good to be back, Fallout Rain. It's good to be back. I'm going to put some bedrooms over here. Not a ton, just a few. Because who doesn't want riverfront property? I mean, come on. I'm sure dwarves will appreciate that. So we'll do that. I'm gonna dig around this over here. I don't know by who, but it was probably today. Yeah, it doesn't tell me. If you check in your notifications, it should tell you. I am officially starting to really lose my voice. Oh boy. So I have a cold, and it's being a little mean right now. Hopefully, I'm still fully understandable though. I'm sure I sound audibly sick though. Forbidden items cannot be hauled to pedestals because they're forbidden. You have to unforbid them to haul them to a pedestal. It's the curse of Twitch. I think that's just going on vacation and or traveling in general. Hello, Mind. How are you? Nah, we're okay for now, Heather. I think I've got another 2 hours. Maybe 3. I would like to play some Sulfur, though, which is the problem. Tisk. So, pause the game, unforbid the book, and assign it to a pedestal. So, pause the game, unforbid the book, and assign it to a pedestal. And they won't read it while they're carrying it. They'll only read it if they have a library. So you could also just remove your library if you're that worried. And then remake the library afterwards. Just the zone for it. That'll be enough. But no, you're fine. Like, necromancers are scary, but trust me, you're good. You got this. I have faith in you. So we're going to get these dwarves housed up. Then we're going to get a tavern constructed. Once they're all kind of starting to look like they are weaponsmiths. Crafted any artifacts yet? We only just hit more than 20 dwarves with the last migrant wave. So we can now get artifacts. You're not going to start getting artifacts until you have 20 dwarves. I'm pretty sure that's like a hard limit in the game. But we should start getting them now. Because of the population increase. I getcha. Take care of yourself, mate. Do what you gotta do. May it pass soon. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of a weird person, Heather, in YouTube chat. I generally don't like to stream less than 5 or 6 hours. If I stream less than 7 hours, I already feel like I'm not streaming enough. Basically, like, a normal stream day for me is, like, 8 to 12 hours. So if I do anything less than 7, I feel like I've ripped my audience off. River starts in the aquifer, but where does it flow to? It flows off the map. So I smoothed this wall, and I fortified it using this tool. That's where it flows to. Sweet. So we got beachfront property, or riverfront property down there. And then up here, we'll just have more of the consistent properties. We'll smooth the walls, keep it all pretty simple for right now. Probably still gonna need to make more, though. Let's just go up to here, add in some more doors, because I only have 2 more to add in right now. We can smooth these once all these walls are constructed. I can throw in more beds. Whoopsies. So at the very least, there will be beds the dwarves can sleep in while we're waiting for these doors to get placed so that we can make these into proper bedrooms. Multi-bedroom right there. Boop. And 1. And 2. And 3. And those just need doors as well. I think we're making some more. Also, the reason I manually assign these, I tend to do these early game, because it shows me exactly how many more dwarves need bedrooms. It's just a very easy kind of, not really a cheat code, but it gives me a very easy method of knowing how many more dwarves I need to set to have bedrooms. Also, I'm in an ad break, so I'm just going to do a bunch of placing. And then pause game. Actually, I can do cabinets too. Doop, doop, doop. How many doors am I making? It's 25, right? Yeah. Let's just make another one of these. Cabinets and coffers. Oh yeah, well, one thing at a time, right? We're also going to queue up all these to be smoothed. I'm going to need to make more cabinets and coffers as well, but it's okay. This is a pretty quick turnaround time for this for these dwarves' bedrooms, so I'm sure they'll be fine. But yeah, I think that this fort is definitely a cozy out of 10 right now. What do you think of this fort so far, Chad? How are we all feeling about it? For me, it's pretty comfy. That's what this fort is right now. Not too much crazy going on. In fact, nothing crazy going on. But it is cozy. Calm, but in a good way. Yeah, it's nice to have something calm after the last fort, eh? The last fort was like manic insanity. When can you move in? As soon as you show up with your bags. Although you're probably human, so we'll boot you out. Actually, we'll, like, ask you some very pointed questions, because humans are all extinct in this world. At least all the human factions are dead, so. Well, we're at war with elves, which is actually kind of a rare feat for me. I don't usually do that. But this faction was already at war with one of them. Oh. Huh. Fancy that. Look at that. It's wonderful. Also, Sentient Potato, it's good to see you. You're not normally here at this time. You're normally here right when I start and you go, it's in the middle of the goddamn night, and then you vanish. Yeah, you could queue up everything while paused and then unpause and watch it all happen. $7 a.m. Good morning. What's up, Hiwata? Long time no see. I have a bit of a cold right now, so if I sound like I don't have a voice, that is why. As I said earlier, arr, matey. I'm doing a verbal pirate Halloween costume. Sounds like a quality name for a place. Miss Devi, Volkodav. I don't know how to say your name, so. After Bastion got bonked, I decided there wasn't enough Dwarf Fort. That wasn't enough Dwarf Fortress for you. So now, what? Are you 200 hours in and wondering where all your free time went, or are you seeking out streams? You know, it's funny. The audience definition of popping off versus the creator's definition of popping off is always very topsy-turvy. But yes, it's been doing well recently. It's been nice. 'Tis been nice as of late. It's like it's been doing all right as of late, but it needs to keep doing all right for a while for it to be popping off per se. We'll see. Check in 6 months and I'll let you know if it popped off. But yes, things have been going well on the YouTube side of things. It's been nice. It's been years. since the YouTube channel has done well. But what have you been up to, Hiwata? I haven't seen you since I last played Risk of Rain, I think. Oh, I got unassigned bedrooms up here. I didn't even realize. I thought I needed more bedrooms. Alright, well I can't really go too far that way because I will collide with the aquifer, so instead we'll go this way. Yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is. Sometimes the username just checks out, okay? Your stress leave ends this week? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would imagine that that means that you're in a better way stress-wise than you were previously, but... You need to dig a canyon up from the magma sea to make a very good-looking prison for necromancers. I like how, like, not the last fort, but, like, the Cog fort, I guess. The fort with Cog, where it was just, I go hog wild with necromancy, and you're just like, I need to make a prison for necromancy. It's like the exact opposite of what I did with Cog. It's like my last necromancy was just, everybody become a necromancer eventually. No, I get you. I understand the feeling of it's been a challenging year. I've been there. I've had a couple of those in my life, but fortunately they make me who I am today, and that's not even a joke. Like, I wouldn't be the person I am today without the harsh shit I've had to deal with. But you're looking forward to no longer having to think about it? Yeah. I gotta say that's something I can't, like, sympathize with at all, really, because I've never done any post-secondary. So it's been such a long time since I've had to do tests. I don't know what I would do if I suddenly had to go to school again. Let's go here and get rid of that. Let's go up here and get rid of this. Let's go over to there, clear that. I don't need to pave these, I just want to pave these because they look nicer. I don't mind smoothed walls, but smooth floors just look boring. It's been about 2.5 decades since you were in college. I mean, I dropped out of high school when I was 16. Munchables, thank you very much for the pile of gift subs. Appreciate you. Thanks, mate. No. Lithic. Well, I'm 30 now, so I guess it's been 14 years since I dropped out of high school. Is your name McHumbles or Munchables? I think it's McHumbles. You don't even know. You know, honestly, word. I get that. All right, so let's get these set up. These last few. Kind of hoping they'll be married so that I don't need to make more. Okay, I just need to do that last one. Then we're going to make and properly build the Weapons Guild. Because the Weaponsmiths Guild was petitioned for. And a Metalsmiths Guild. Okay, well. To do the Weaponsmiths Guild first, that's a bigger priority. Because we are just getting to that point now where everybody is becoming that task, and everybody's going to demand that job. And everybody's going to want that guild. This dwarf on top of having been mayor for 9 years, he is a legendary appraising professional negotiator. It's going to be sad when they die. You should start, sorry. Thinking about a successor. If they're old. Thank you. I'm going to go put on some hot water and make a bit more tea. When's the next ad break? I'd run it right now if it's in a bit. Ah, it's in 17 minutes. I'm just going to go put on hot water. Be right back. Just boiling some water. The old king was a necromancer. The current king, the current queen and king were not. It was me like restore my headcanon for that is that I was restoring an old evil culture. Versus like forcing a current one into something new. Okay, so I could make some more for the kids, or I could just make a little dormitory for the kids. I think I might just make a little dormitory right here. Is it not as important for kids to have their own rooms? Not as important. Like, they should have their own rooms, but they don't claim them until they're like 12. Still important, but not as important. They kind of share with their parents. But for me, I think it's always not a bad idea to just have bedrooms and then also a dormitory. With low terrain next to it. You just gotta find one, man. Like, just searching for it. What I would say is turn on the elevation change color overlay, and then look for, like, very white color mountain peaks right next to the orange, like, kind of brown-ish base levels. It's just a matter of finding one. It's a lot of luck. McHumbles is what you were originally thinking? Then I'll stick to that. I can stick to that. So I'm thinking the Metalsmiths Guild should go right next to the Forges. Or the Weaponsmiths Guild should. Close to it. Maybe on the other side, even. Oh, no, absolutely. You should always do that. Athiok. Something that you can do is you can assign a dormitory to be part of a tavern. Then anybody who's allowed to stay in the tavern can go sleep in the dorms, in the beds. Also, did I not like queue up drinks? The fuck dwarves. Please. Drinks make please. Faster now, yes. The thing that I will say about this is invigorated potato. One, I'm sick right now, so I apologize. Speaking is difficult. Dwarf Fortress is a very different game than RimWorld. I actually have a hard time comparing them. It's like trying to compare StarCraft and Civilization because they're both strategy games. Dwarf Fortress is more of a god game than RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is significantly more complex and deep than RimWorld. But, asterisk, it's a much easier game than RimWorld. RimWorld is designed to be a challenging game even on the easier difficulties. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox that is inherently very contortable. And we've got our first artifact. It's a weaponsmith. And they've claimed steel bars. I call that a success. Any bets on what this dwarf makes, chat? I will be right back. I'm going to go top off my tea because the water's done. That'd be pretty cool if it was a large steel dagger or some not normal weapon. Crossbow would be fine. Steel toy hammer. Summer has arrived on the calendar. Okay, so for the Weaponsmith's Guild, this is going to be the front door eventually. Why don't I do it this way? But yeah, Dwarf Fortress is a much easier game to, like... How do I word this? It's a much easier game. However, RimWorld is a much less complex game. Essentially, like, there's a lot of mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that most people who play Dwarf Fortress will never even encounter or care about. And that's kind of by design, because a lot of this stuff is under the hood, and it's really cool when you discover it, but you don't need to care about it. So, like, do you need to care that Dwarf Fortress has, like, a liquid physics tracking system for blood instead of, like, normal HP? No. Is it there? Yes. Like, do you need to care that dwarves can lose, like, nerves in their arms, which make them less effective at hitting things? Do you need to care about that? No, not really. Like, do you need to worry about the fact that every single one of these overworld icons are basically just a really slow game of Civ? Oh, man. There's Goblin Mountain Halls over there. That's terrifying. Do you need to worry about the fact that this is actually kind of just a really slow game of Civ happening in the overworld? No, but it is. A lot of that stuff is completely ignorable. I think that if you're interested in playing Dwarf Fortress, don't let the old memes of it being the most difficult game in the world to play fool you, because they weren't particularly correct back then. The thing that was hard about Dwarf Fortress back in the day is its graphics and the fact that it was fully keyboard driven. But that's not been an issue for the game in a very long time. So at the end of the day, I wouldn't let the old memes intimidate you too much. Yeah, but you're not supposed to defeat the circus, right? Like, the reason I say Dwarf Fortress is easier is Dwarf Fortress doesn't have mechanics built in to allow you to perfectly play it. Dwarf Fortress doesn't allow you to perfectly play it. Dwarf Fortress is a game about inevitable failure unless you are min-maxing to the nth degree and playing it in a very boring way. The inevitable failure is what makes the game compelling, because that's how it tells its stories. Does that make any sense? Like, as a game to play, it's quite easy. But you're not supposed to win, per se. I don't know, because I don't care. It's not important to the enjoyment of the game, right? Like, it's not fun for me to micromanage this game. If you micromanage this game, you will drive yourself insane. Can you? Yes, you can go into these different workshops and set pull and push locations for workshops. You can set up incredibly intricate minecart routes. You can build, you can be very granular about who has what job. You don't need to. It's kind of there, but that's not the focus. The focus is the overworld. The focus is legends. The focus is the world generation. The focus is the metagame, not the microgame. Does that make sense? There isn't a meta for Dwarf Fortress. If you are listening to people who say that there's a meta, they're nuts, and you should stop listening to them because they're bad people. It's a game about building a narrative for you and role-playing with yourself. Not a game about min-maxing the survivability of your faction. I mean, you will die eventually, McHumbles. It's a game about becoming Krug Smash. I kind of hate that people keep comparing me to Krug Smash because it makes me feel like I'm copying him, and I don't like copying other people. You think of it as Minecraft for adults? You know how I describe this game to people who've never heard of it before, but have heard of video games? I say it's flat SimCity, but you're building Moria. Like, I feel like if you're one of the people who's playing RimWorld at 500% difficulty and perfectly micromanaging every single move, I don't think you'll enjoy Dwarf Fortress that much. If you're a person who plays RimWorld on medium-low difficulty and tries to tell a cool story, you'll love Dwarf Fortress. That's kind of the difference. Because RimWorld is a very good, like, tower defense strategy game. It's not the greatest storyteller. I know people insist that Randy Random can tell good stories. He really can't. At least nothing compared to what Dwarf Fortress is capable of. Yeah, it's a, well, I mean, I guess I'm being a bit mean by saying it's a tower defense game, but yeah. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Chat, we have our first artifact. Lore, the weaponsmith, has created Lerthesunan, a steel warhammer, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. Actually, I can just get rid of this squad. The greatest gorges. You love SimCity, maybe you should give this game a go instead of watching from a distance. I mean, the meme about, like, RimWorld being SimCity with guns. Dwarf Fortress is SimCity, but it's Lord of the Rings, right? So this is a steel warhammer. All craft dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel. We have our first artifact weapon. I can now actually begin training my military. I was thinking over here. I don't know how I can install it. Unless I just do a very open plan. You know, actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's do an open plan. Okay, so are you not making blocks right now? No, you are. Just not fast enough. Makes sense. Cheers, DeGaff. So you can move over here. You're right here. I'm going to check your value. Very small. Okay, so how much gold do I have right now? Got 15 gold bars. Let's make 5 gold statue. 4 of them. That's a very big pile of stones. Well, shit. I mean, the first artifacts, like, the value of your fortress dictates, like, how fancy they want their artifacts to be. So the, like, older your fortress, the more artifacts they're going to want. Or the more, like, bits and pieces they're going to want for the artifact. So initially, yeah. Yeah, they'll be quite simple. And then you right there, you're making gold statues. Okay, so I'm going to delete this zone and delete this zone. And then I'm going to go up to here. And I'm going to make this into the Metalsmith's Guild. It's going to go all the way up to there eventually, though. The Power of Metal, which is the Metalsmith's Guild. It's 1,000 value right now. I can't believe it's that high, but just need you to finish this. First of the 4 statues. Can put 3 tables in. And 3 chairs in. Or thrones in, rather. First statue's done. Which I will chuck right there. And of course, I think this child right here is the person installing it. Yep. It's kind of got to be heavy there, Dad. The only trader come to any room. I can't offer anything as fight, but I don't know what FIGT means. To the only trader come to my remote island with question mark. Anyone got any clue why? I don't understand the question. Chat, do you understand the question from Matthew UK? Because I certainly don't. All right. Need to double the value of this. I'm going to need, like, another statue. Is that a hedgehog? Oh, my God. That's fantastic. Hell yeah. Look at that absolute unit. Big-ass hedgehog. Big fan. Is the issue you're no longer... Oh, you can only gift items that are highlighted in gold. If that's what you're asking. Items that aren't highlighted in gold can't be gifted, because you didn't make them. That's probably the answer to your question. It's an image of hedgehogs by Claiborne. Claiborne, do you hate hedgehogs? Or do you love hedgehogs? Nope. He seems to be kind of indifferent on hedgehogs. All right, then. That's something. And here I was expecting him to be like, no, I hated them. All right, so the second thing I need to do is make a Metalsmith's Guild. The Metalsmith's Guild is going to be a bit more private. It's going to go back here. And that'll be the Metalsmith's Guild. Although I can also just knock out that. But somehow flip the GNF? Yeah. I mean, why else do you think the manager job exists? They do the managing for you. Oh. Speech is difficult today. Blah. Sorry, chat. I was really hoping I could come back and just do some good long streams once I return from my vacation, but here I am back. I'm just like, Mike Wazowski, have you done your paperwork? Nope, can't even do that. Hey. One day. I do kind of sound like I swallowed a ghost, don't I? It's probably the way Pac-Man sounds. But, you know, it is cool that we have our first militia captain with a weapon. And, you know, honestly, at Steel Warhammer, you could do worse. I wonder how much this dwarf's enjoying it. Aside from getting into an argument, they don't seem to mind it. Are you wielding two shields? Yes, you are. You're the one that is silly and is wielding them both in the same hand. Yeah, but, like, I can try. I've tried very hard to stop illness from appearing, and clearly I didn't try hard enough. I mean, sure, I guess being a doctor is trying to stop that, but... Yeah, I'm just glad that the fever went away. And that the other symptoms went away. Okay, let's see if I can chuck any other dwarves into that squad. Actually. Alright. I need to start taking farming seriously. How about we just do this? I'm going to go up to the surface, harvest a bunch of this stuff. We're also going to then make some pumps, and we're going to start farming on mud instead of that dirt, because that dirt's not very effective. And I need a much more effective farming regiment, or we're just going to be out of booze for a while, and that's just going to piss these dwarves off. Are there any deadly animals? Harvesting plants on the surface doesn't matter. Just giant thrips right now. The giant hippopotamuses have left, which makes me very sad. I want them to come back. I feel like raising giant hippos would be fun. But, you know, we need those plants, so we'll get those plants down here. But it looks like we're brewing drinks from plants again, which is good. You right here. Make cheese. Okay, we're out of cheese stuff. Can I process plants? Yes, okay. Process plants, and I'm also just going to make a loom. And just chuck it into here for right now. Because I noticed that there's a bunch of cobwebs on the surface. I mean, we're on year 3, but I'm only about 5 hours in, so very new. This is a very small fort. Very, very, very new still. Very much in the early game. Haven't even been invaded yet. Only had 1 artifact. Tiny fort? Yep. So chat, apparently we're naming picture point. What am I naming picture point? Or am I naming picture point? Yes or no? Vote yay or vote nay. Those are your options. Vote yes or vote no. It's up to you, chat. Oh no, we already have offices. Way ahead of you there, Butch Cats. Might as well just make this into a grand guild hall right away. Alright, so chat, what kind of dwarf are we giving picture point? I mean, basically everybody here is either a weaponsmith or soon to be a weaponsmith. There is a surgeon. Aside from that, it's just a lot of weaponsmiths. A weaponsmith. Wow, that's very creative. You will die valiantly. Here, I'll give you Rigoth. You've got the hammer. You've also got 2 lovers. Nice. Your older sister lives here, and she is a weaponsmith. Your lover doesn't live here. And he exhibits a refined politeness, determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum, as if life itself depended on it, though he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. He can be very happy and optimistic. He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and he finds others to be very emotionally rewarding. Finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. There we go. He tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he has an active sense of humor. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Chews his lips when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally lacks any respect for family and does not respect the law, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He likes diorite and fine pewter, as well as adventurine and water buffalo horn, mittens and armor stands, and rings and reindeer for their large herds, anacondas for their great size, and the words of the scribe of flying, the sight of the fragrances of scintillating, and the sight of the scarlet emerald, and when possible prefers to consume clownfish and migrants have arrived, and 2-grain wheat beer, and spelt beer, and spelt flour, and absolutely hates large roaches. Welcome to the fort. You have a very large family. And you don't worship any gods. Which is always kind of impressive to see. So I have a 1.5 hour long video of following an individual dwarf where I explain like all of the, like how their personality traits affect how they work in kind of ridiculous detail. But like this dwarf avoids any exciting or stressful situations. They'll run away from a fight. He is trusting. Okay, so he's more likely to discuss with friends. He's very humble. Okay, so he's not gonna he's less likely to get into arguments. He is quick to form negative views about things. Okay, he's easier to get into arguments. He does not mind wearing something special now and again. He wants higher value clothing and will want higher value clothing more consistently and new clothing more consistently. He is often cheerful. He's more likely to have positive thoughts, and that changed specifically because he had a new romance in 1010. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Okay, so he's takes stress hits quicker. He is given to flights of fancy. I'm not actually sure what that one means. He isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. Okay, so if people get mad at him, he doesn't care. He is brave in the face of imminent danger. Okay, so he will... this one kind of contradicts brave. So if he's actively fighting, he won't get stressed as quickly, but will still run away from a fight. But once he's in a fight, he's brave, basically. Slow to anger, so less likely to get into arguments with people. Generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, so he doesn't get as positive thoughts about making stuff. And needs alcohol to get through the working day, because he's a dwarf. Dreams of raising a family, so his goal in life is to raise, have kids, basically. Personally sees lying as an important means to an end, more likely to lie. He does not respect the law, values a harmonious existence, and does not care about art one way or another. Doesn't get happy thoughts around art, etc. So, like, are you going to immediately see how that changes? Well, right here, this is like their recent thoughts. This is a bigger menu of their recent thoughts. And these are their memorable thoughts. So these are things that they think back to consistently. So early on in the fort, this dwarf fell in love with somebody, became more cheerful, and learned to value harmony. He repeatedly remembers feeling fond when speaking with a friend. Remembers sleeping in a very good bedroom. He's fond remembering making a friend. Satisfied remembering learning weaponsmithing. And these can be positive or negative thoughts. These are reoccurring memories. So these are memories that will pop back up in here. So this is him remembering something while doing something else. This is him happy after the acceptance of a petition for the guild hall, for the oily hall, which I think is the metalsmiths guild. Blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. And then he's remembering things, and then that can change their personality, which can make them start arguing, make them gain friends, lose friends, and if they get really upset, then they can start beating people up and getting into fights and arguments, and if they get happy, then they're less likely to do that, and they're quicker and easier to make them do things. The depth of personalities is, in fact, fucking bonkers. Crusader Kings, I think, is the closest comparison. I never bothered to learn the key bindings. Mouse is totally fine. For me, it's like key bindings are an all or nothing thing, YouTube chat. Like, I will learn key bindings if I can play a game solely with key bindings. Otherwise, I don't care. And I don't care because I can't play the game solely with key bindings. How do you ensure that all your blocks and doors and coffers are made from the same material? When you queue up something, click on the magnifying glass. For like rock, you can specify rock type. Done. But I'm also like not doing that for this fort. As you can see, there's a rock salt table here, and some of the doors up here are different colors. So I haven't been doing that for this fort. Are you telling me to do that? Because there's just a lot of sandstone everywhere, which is why everything's being made out of sandstone. To the person who brought a bunny here, I hate you. Because if you're telling me to do that, I haven't been doing that at all in this fort. If you're asking me how to do that, I answered your question. No, I'm not lucky. I don't care. There's no reason to when, like, the only non-sandstone stuff is like at the other end of the map. Yeah, because like there was some dolomite there for a bit, but that's all gone. So no, I'm not lucky. I'm just, there is no other stone that's possible for them to get there. But yeah, no, just if you want them to all be the same color all the time, just throw that magnifying glass and set it. Go through the magnifying glass and set it. Metalsmith's Guild is what this needs to be. Guild Hall. Metalsmith's Guild. Should be able to just toss a statue in here and call it. Keyword it should be. We've also got clothing up and running again. Yay. Okay, let's just do this. Brew drink from plant. When amount of drinks is less than 50. Brew 100. Because we've got less than 50 drinks. Of course it's a gold statue of, what is that, a bee? Yep, because the base level value of an unsmoothed or smoothed floor is lower than the base level value of a constructed floor. So when you engrave a constructed floor, it's always going to be worth more than a smoothed floor. It is, in fact, a statue for ants, or more specifically, a statue of bees. How's the value of this? Once that's done. Really? Okay, fine. Is it hard to lurk into Legends mode? I don't understand the question. What the hell does that mean? Are you asking, is it hard to learn Legends mode? Can you read? Because if so, then no. It's just reading. And all right. Not bad. Now I can actually channel this down and make another spot where we can see the lower layers. Question is, are you going to cave this in? No, you're not. Sweet. We got gloves happening. Got thread being weaved. Bunch of butchery stuff that got done. Making bone amulets. And it's almost time to trade again. It's kind of magical. All right, let's poke around, see if we can find any more dwarves that'll work for the military. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and for fighting distasteful. Well, there you go. Kind of want to let Claiborne create his masterwork. Dreams of mastering skills sees Galen. Cunning is indirect and somewhat worthless. Thrill Seeker. Rovod. Welcome to the squaddies. Yes, because I have a cold. Hence why I sound raspy. It's actually getting kind of difficult to talk, so if you make me think about it too much, I might end stream early. Fortunately, drinking hot liquids helps. It's about the only thing that helps right now. At least we've got brewing coming along nicely. And everything else slowly getting done. Why did he grab 2 shields? Because that's what I've told them to grab. The theme of this fort is dwarves cannot use weapons unless they're an artifact. So in this case, shields aren't weapons, technically. So my squads are either going to be wielding 2 shields or a weapon and a shield. Brew, drink hot tea? Lots of it. Yeah. Lots and lots and lots of it. Tibbo 2035. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. A UFC squad? I mean, it's more like WWE when they whack each other with chairs, but they're going to be very good wrestlers. I'll put it that way. See if I can find another dwarf to check in here. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Weak, resilient. Resilient ain't too bad. Dreams of mastering a skill is somewhat disgusted by romance. Agile. Avoids excitement. Well, aside from his, like, lack of interest in diving into combat, this dwarf actually wouldn't be so bad. Here comes Eurus with 2 steel shields, you more like. It's just funny when they hold them both in the same hand. It's like, I don't think I can tell them to specifically hold them in separate hands, so. I don't think hitting update equipment will do much. Nope. He's just that right-handed. He's not ambidextrous, I suppose. Meanwhile, we have a professional bone carver over here. He's just making all of these masterwork bone amulets, which is just kind of funny. What is that? River spirits? River spirits is green? Ew. Gross. All right, so I need to do some farming. So I'm thinking we do this. I was gonna say, didn't I queue up a pipe section? Just a corkscrew? All right, I gotta go chop down some trees then. Did you just go? Oh, yeah, you did. You did just, in fact, go equip a crown. Look at you. And a glove. Fortunately, cats don't clean alcohol off of themselves and no longer die of alcohol poisoning. Which, honestly, I think is for the best. Putting away all your old socks and shoes and stuff. I mean, fair enough. It was a feature. It was a very bad feature. In my opinion, features that make the game virtually unplayable are bad features. It was a meme that got the game a lot of marketing. Did I not already make a weaponsmith's guild? What? Oh, wait. I see. It needs to be grand now. Well, great. In that case. I'm wondering if there's any other gold around here that I'm missing. It's probably totally is. Let's make 5 steel statues. Cheers, Dark Schultz. I mean, because fell moods, right? Is this actually your modiversary? Hobo? Really? Huh. I didn't realize these 2 days landed on the same thing. Although I feel like I didn't realize this or I forget this and then you remind me every time. Well, happy modiversary then in that case. Good lord, though. It's been a long time. It's been almost 10 years, probably, at this point, right? That you've been a mod? So it was what, 2015, I think? Something like that. No, I really am sick, mate. Like, listen to me. I still am sick. Like, I'm kind of scared to eat food because I don't want to get nauseous again. It was almost 10 years ago? Yep. No, I'm old when it comes to Twitch stuff. Also need to make a grand metalsmith's guild hall. Well, might as well just embiggen it. They must be encrusted with diamonds. Must be. Must be, must be, must be. Alright, chat, we're about to get hit by an ad break. I am going to go find some sort of food stuff because I am hungry. I will be right back. 2 seconds.
It's for everyone! Flubberdubberdaggadaggies?
Is that interesting?
Let's take a lovely fruit, a tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
We're back. Yeah, at this point, I think I have maybe 45 minutes to an hour worth of voice left, so we'll go until I run out of voice, and then we'll call it. Whenever the voice goes. Once it gets hard to speak. Because thousands of hours later, he says he still finds things that are new to him. What streamer was it, out of curiosity? Because, yeah, that is the correct response, I guess. Forks. Oh, yeah, okay. Checks out. Yeah, liberate the forks, right? That's the only forks I know. Yeah. Liberate the forks. You only remember because the date lines up with another thing? Yeah. I need more flux stones to keep making steel, so let's fly down to here while my voice cracks repeatedly. And tell him to dig some more flux. And also dig some more flux. But yeah, that's always fun when, you know, when it's sort of like, you know, now that I think about it, this makes it sound kind of shitty, but it's sort of like when a crossover in a movie actually works and like a side character shows up and you're like, oh my god, I know that guy, right? When you're just like watching a Twitch stream and then somebody mentions something and then somebody goes, you mean this person that you also know? And it's like, oh my god, it's that kind of thing. It's always fun when that happens. When it's like, this is a crossover I wasn't expecting today. I've definitely had that moment before where I'm just like, I mention a thing and then usually about somebody who doesn't stream anymore. And then streamer will be like, oh, that person? Yeah, I used to watch them. To give you an idea on how careful I'm being, this is sourdough bread with very small amount of cheese and lettuce. That's it. Yesterday I tried to actually eat like a dinner. It didn't work. It did not work. I love how dwarves can't build diagonally until they can. Like that dwarf just did. Dwarf over here breaking dwarf physics. You're on mobile, so you can't go through your list. Yeah. I'm not a... I signed into the mobile app while I was on my vacation because I was curious about how those changes actually were. And yeah, no, they're not great. I can say that pretty confidently. They are not great. The changes that were made. They are not great. Furious, it doesn't count? Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't count, you were looking. Alright, goddamn. And then this, right here, this meeting area is going to be expanded. Uh-oh. I'm just making a new meeting area, not actually expanding the one that I was trying to expand. Oh, we've got another artifact. This is Napalm. Napalm voice crack. Napalm runs to the surface and goes in the wrong direction and claims a stoneworker's workshop. Napalm, you failed me. Today I learned that miners mood into stoneworkers. I guess that kind of checks out, but like, I didn't actually know that. But you know what's funny, Emperor Iron? There are actually people saying lots of nice things about the changes that have been made. I think it's like an age gap thing. I think people who've been using the site for a longer period of time really hate the changes. And people who've been, you know, who are younger actually quite like the changes. I find that interesting, personally. And I do think that the echo chamber that, like, I've built with this stream is very much like the older Twitch audience. Not trying to call you guys old or anything, but sorry. You gotta clothe some witches. Well, enjoy clothing some witches. To be completely honest with you, I have no idea what that means, but hop to it. Gen Z doesn't laugh. They're too deep in nihilism. Please. Most certainly Halloween stuff, yeah. Chat, do you have any plans for Halloween? I know I asked this earlier in the stream, but... Well... I sure didn't see that one coming. What's ironic is he did use wood with it. They're not. Not outside of artifacts. Doran Napalm the Miner has created Amoshastatat. Kregathat Near. A sandstone bed. And offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. Where's your bed? Old Dwarf. You can have the fancy bed. I think that's fitting, you know? I mean, he might as well get his own fancy bed. And now, I think it's time for us to make a tavern. I kind of want to go up this way, but I'm very much expecting it to just be like, nope, you can't go this way because aquifer. So instead, we're going to go this way. Bah. Make blocks quicker. Yep. And that's why artifact weapon mechanisms, or why artifact mechanisms are great, because they can't jam. What? Oh. Is it really trading season again? Man, that was quick. Turns out cows have a lot of bones. Made a lot of amulets here. Same with giant parakeet earrings. What else do I have? Scepters? Crowns? And bracelets. And then also those figurines. $243 items. Damn. It's like not a small amount. I think it's the quality of the mechanism and also the number of chances to hit are determined by the number of weapons in the trap. Are like the two real determining factors there. You see, okay, Ildari, two things. One, artifact furniture is untoppable. Two, goblins can't topple furniture. So because it's constructed, a goblin thief literally is physically incapable of stealing it. So that bed will never be stolen. They brought a bunch of logs. How nice of them. I didn't even request those. Gonna bring one cave spider, silk cloth, maybe just one yarn as well. Let's buy the leaves and fruit as well, and the thread. Maybe also the fish, just for some food variety. Although I'm gonna need to make the food stockpile bigger. Which is why we're going to need to move up here. But one thing at a time. There's much to share. We're going to request the same thing I've been requesting up until this point, which is just more coal. They want windows and amulets. All right. Amulets are easy. Oh, I still have rings to sell them. Why don't buy clay? Because I don't need clay. Some more migrants have arrived. We're probably going to get a mayor in a minute. I also need more beds and bedrooms. I'm going to buy these. And these crutches. No, not those crutches, because I don't have enough value. Never mind. Some migrants have arrived. What have we got? A cow. Got it. Recovers quickly. Quick to despair. Well, that's not good. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Respects the development of a skill. Has an active sense of humor. Do you have a spouse or anybody else that came in with you? No, just you? Okay, well, Rith, you can join the military. Developed empathy. Well, shouldn't make you into a chief medical, or it should make you into a chief medical dwarf, not, or some sort of medical dwarf. Although, do you have any skills in medicine? Probably not. Okay, so we'll just let you go be a dwarf then. But you're a mason. Dreams of mastering a skill. It's musical, patient, scatterbrained, leisurely. Worships a god I haven't heard of before. I presume the worst outcome will be the one that comes to pass. He works as squares. He tends to avoid physical confrontations, but he respects martial prowess. I think Moses will do okay. I mean, it's a cow that's about to get slaughtered, so. Got Kib, who's a peasant. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. All right, welcome to the fort then. Who are you? Not vengeful. Low self-esteem. First on the time on the live stream. I'm sorry I'm sick today, but I'm glad you like the YouTube videos. Maybe my voice will sound more normal by tomorrow. But right now it's like I'm basically on the last legs of my voice. And for the sake of this discussion, yes, my voice has legs. All right, well, that should have us enough to get a mayor soon. Whenever they decide to have an election. Back when Tarn Adams had a cat, Connie, he solved his cats on the laptop problem by giving his cat a laptop. Literally just put a laptop next to his laptop, and then the cat stopped sitting on his laptop while he was typing on his laptop. Which I am a big fan of. Let's make some coal. How much coke do I have? 44? 16 steel, 190 iron. Let's go all the way up to here. Okay, that increases the value ever so slightly. It's a cat top. I don't think that's the definition of cat top, but we'll have to work with it, I suppose. And up here, we are digging this out. And this up here is going to become our tavern, because I've got a bunch of dwarves, especially the starting 7, who desperately want to socialize and desperately want to make merry. And you can't make merry in a guild hall, so kind of at a point now where it's like, well, I need to actually do the thing instead of just not doing the thing. Which is what I've been doing for a while now, is just not doing the thing. Nope, you just need to remember to pasture animals. Like, go to this and do that. But not all animals need to be pastured. The main reason I have animals there pastured is so that if a were creature shows up or some other threat, they'll see it. They're more actually like being used as scouts. Right, I am pretty short on bedrooms. So we'll get this. We'll do this as well as bedrooms behind the scenes. Bedrooms shouldn't be too much work though. Also, because I have a bunch of extra wood lying around now, I can queue up 10 more beds. I'm also gonna go tell a dwarf to go start pumping this. So in a minute, hopefully a dwarf will come running over, start pumping this. A necromancer dwarf moved into your fort, so you locked him in a room and made him the manager. Just make sure he doesn't become the mayor. If he becomes a mayor, that may cause you problems. I'm going to wait until this is all about 4 deep. That's probably fine. And then I will set this to priority number 1 and mine through the back here. This will let this flow out into here, and then we can farm here. It'll be great. Hopefully. I'm kind of thinking about using water for defense. Because I haven't used water for defense in a really long time. And it would be really easy to do on this map. And also, excuse me, not only would it be really easy to do on this map, but this is actually a map where we're not going to get attacked by zombies. Because there's no necromancy in this world. So because there's no necromancy, and we're not going to get attacked by zombies, using water would actually be viable. And it's been a while since I've used water. I think we're hitting the limit of my voice, guys. I'm trying my best here. No necromancy, no. Well, if there is, it hasn't materialized. There isn't a single tower nor a destroyed tower. And I couldn't find any necromancers in Legends. Basically, it means nobody killed the demons and nobody took their slabs. This is a 1,000-year-old, pretty small world where goblins just snowballed immediately at the beginning. And because goblins can't become necromancers, and humans got destroyed really quickly, and there's only one dwarven faction, yeah, it happens sometimes. Pretty much. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Lilith. I'm thinking minecart and water is going to be the defenses for this fort. Don't quite have a mayor just yet. Live long? We'll try. Live long and prosper, as they say in Star Trek. Or more specifically, as Spock says. It's completely ineffective and does absolutely nothing. Statue. It's also ineffective in Caves of Cud. It used to one-shot kill you in Caves of Cud back in the day. I think that was actually my very first death ever in Cud. I shot fire out of my hands and died to scalding. The Were-Camel Peddler, Iral, Commandian, has come. A very large camel, twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow amber. Its black hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? My turkeys have spotted it. It's got 7 children. 8 notable kills, 25 others. This has to be a goblin, right? It's killed all of its notable kills are goblins. Or, sorry, a lot of its notable kills are goblins. Some of them are dwarves. As well as a lot of beak dogs. A blizzard man? Killed a blizzard man, chat. Now I want to know, where's ghoul griffins? It's be hard to find, right? But like, hold on, what? Oh, it's the hungry dungeon. I thought it said the angry dungeon. The reason I wonder, because like if I wonder if they actually would attack me with blizzard men. Because that would be pretty cool. Also, holy shit. That is a very small population and a lot of stuff. I should just go steal these books from these monasteries. It's really what I should do. I guarantee you it hasn't seen its children in a long time. Its children are probably dead, if they were were-creatures. I mean... Okay, so this character is definitely a goblin, because these are all goblin names. We're about to get hit by an ad, so I will just pause. It just popped up. But I need to get that door closed, and I will pause. Blizzard men only appear in evil glaciers and tundras, I think. Maybe even just glaciers. They're a very not commonly found creature. Man, I really do sound like I smoke a 30-pack a day, don't I? Jesus. Or 30 packs a day is more what I should say. Hi. Apologies for my voice, chat. Blizzard men. Yes, blizzard. Blizzard. They're very rare. They're kind of like, they're one of the rarer intelligent mobs. Am I feeling okay? No, I feel like shit. Got a fever, I got a sore throat, and a bit of a headache. Thought I sounded kind of cool. I do kind of sound like a cartoon pirate when I get a sore throat. I sound like I just woke up. I haven't even made it 6 hours. Oh, man. It's not even possible. Maybe it's odd possible. That's a good way of thinking. I like the way you think, Darth Holgor. Well, All right, chat. I'm going to leave it up to you guys here. We're in an ad break right now, so less people can see the stream. Should I end stream? Does my voice make it sound like I should end stream? Because I feel about the same as I did at the start of the stream. I feel like shit. The only difference is my voice is going now. Should I end stream? Regardless, I'll stream tomorrow, so. It's up to you. Yes or no? I'll play out this camel fight regardless, though. There was a fort that I had a while ago, and this was before Premium launched, where part of the sieges were always Blizzard men. And the number of times people popped into the chat that were like, what are those? Do those exist? Let's see if I can find them on the Wikipedia page, actually. I don't actually know what they look like in this version. Oh, wow, they look pretty cool. Yeah, these dudes. Eurus likes Blizzard Man for their icicle teeth. Yeah, they're very uncommon. You just, because they only show up in one pretty rare biome. But that biome exists up here. So I think this place, of the Limp Devil, of the Menace Rays, this place, has Blizzard Men. We'll have to attack them. See if we can find some. But that'll be a task for tomorrow after we fight this were-camel. So let's fight this were-camel. Who's currently murdering my turkeys. That's one turkey. Oh no. I didn't really think that through. Whoops. Of course, they're going for those bodies immediately. Because they're like, oh no, a thing died. I have to go collect its corpse. Well, no, you really don't, but, the were-creature runs directly at them. The only thing he's bit is that turkey. He's now chasing the child. Did you just get bit? Okay, it attacks you and you jump away. Have you been attacked? Nope. Attacks somebody, jumps away. He's now dodging around. Arel, the were-camel peddler, says in a loud voice, "It's raining on me." So exasperating. Proceeds to attack the peasant several times, but she dodges. And then it begins running away for some reason, or chasing something else unrelated for some reason. Oh my god. Did you just... So, attacks the were-camel, but it jumps away. And falls into the river. Whoa! Buddy climbed quick. Did the gate get shut? The gate is shut. So it's up to this fight to play out now. The dwarf falls down into the water. We'll have to rescue him. Or, remove the body from the water. Whatever comes first. Begins fighting with a bunny rabbit. Kills the bunny rabbit. Dwarfsis down here is in the water. Is now drowning. Rest in peace, asked. Did they even take a bite? No, they didn't. Man. I'm panicking, I'm panicking. This leaves me so shaken, they say. After killing the bunny rabbit, you must feel so proud of yourself. The were-camel becomes a goblin once again, and proceeds to leave the map. Now the question is, we now have a task. We must remove that dwarf's body from the water. It'd be kind of sad losing an artifact weapon to the river. Oh, trust me, I'm going to have a ways to dam this river. All right, chat. Not a bad way to end it. This fort's really ugly right now, but we'll get there. I mean, right now it's going through a process of building up this whole thing, and this whole thing needs to get redone. But it will get there. It'll get there. It's just very blocky and square and blech currently. I would say that this dwarf here was a noble sacrifice. They were so close to shoving that creature into the water. They only just failed it. Only just failed it. And yeah, that's how much I can talk right now without, like, completely backing up. So yeah, we gotta call it. Vote aside, like, even though you guys said, yeah, take it, I'm out of voice for the day. So what I'm gonna do is this. Tomorrow, I swear I will play Sulfur in the evening, okay? I was gonna go until like 4 today and then play Sulfur after that, but I think what we'll do tomorrow is we'll go till like 3 and then try to play Sulfur if my voice holds. Alright, friends. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. If you could give me a rating out of 10, that'd be fantastic. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid with us, pop over here onto the Twitch side of things. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow at the normal time, 10 a.m. Pacific, or whenever I hit the on button. But we'll be live here on Twitch.